due informazioni di servizio sul housekeeping rules. Benvenuti a questo seminario sulla regolamentazione gas.
We are giving some instructions and with the impact on the existing systems and the new system. We will speak about the components. So I thank all the speakers, the moderator, Marco Masiero, who's from the Politecnico of Torino, and he is vice president of the IIR. I thank Campiello, Galli, and the Ministry of Environment and the European Commission with us, and we are honored for these people coming from Brussels, Francesco Mastropasqua, and all the companies who will enrich our meeting for the experience of training and information. We have to work all together. Me, myself, I will be the speaker on the third place in this presentation, and I will talk about safety in the trainings. So it is important to be scheduled and aligned with all the scopes. So Domenico Belli, please, you can have the floor. In the meantime, while we are waiting, we will ask the second speaker to talk.
Let's go back. But if you can be the first, we are very honored to be here. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the European Commission with us today. Thank you.
So good afternoon to everyone. And thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here and also see all the equipment out there. That is not something that I normally get to see from my desk, so it has been already a very useful experience for me to be here. So I'll tell you a little bit about the new F-gas regulation that entered into force on Monday. So it's very, very new. Oops.
Try now? Yes.
There it works. And I'll go through it very quickly because I have 10 minutes. So I'll say as much as I can. But I'll just quickly say something about the main changes that we have in the new F-gas regulation. So one of the most important one is that our HFC phase down with the quotas has become much steeper already before 2030, and that we are phasing out HFCs by 2050. We are also going to ask those that get quota to pay a quota price for the quota they get for 2026, meaning that when we allocate the quota in 2025, they already have to pay €3 per ton of CO2 that they get. Just to say that this quota price is not meant to increase the prices for HFCs, but to deter some of the quota holders that we have in our system that have nothing to do with HFC trade, but it's basically people sitting somewhere with a laptop, and we don't want to have them in our system. So we hope that if they have to start to pay for the quota, they will decide not to be part of our system anymore. Then we have a lot of new prohibitions to use F-gases in various equipment. We have new certification and training requirements that have been enlarged in various ways. First of all, they will now in the future also cover the non-fluorinated alternatives to F-gases, as well as the very low DWP alternatives to F-gases, the so-called HFOs. We are also having clear rules spelled out in the F-gas regulation in order for customs to be able to take action more effectively against illegal trade. And then we are also improving our monitoring a little bit. It's important to note that while the regulation itself entered into force on Monday, there are some of the provisions that only enter into force later. For instance, the requirements for labeling of equipment and the reporting obligations that importers and producers and exporters have, they will only enter into force 1st of January 2025, and until then the current rules will continue to apply. We also have a lot of implementing acts that were adopted under the old regulation, and they also continue to apply until they are replaced and repealed under the new regulation. So we are a little bit in a period of transition. Did I now switch it off? Good. I'm known for being extremely technical. So the HFC phase down, just to show you that we are really being serious about becoming more ambitious on the HFC. What you see here is the amount of quota that we can allocate every year from 2025 until 2050. And the blue line is how it was under the old regulation, and the green line is the new regulation. And if you look at the value in 2030, that is actually 95% lower than what we allocated in 2015. So it's a very important decrease. The decrease is measured in CO2 equivalent, so it doesn't necessarily mean that the tons that can be imported will also be reduced by 95%, because what we see is that there has been a very big shift from the imports of highly warming F-gases to low warming F-gases. So, but this should drive the shift away from HFCs, and we have a very important message to you, and that is, this is really very, very, very strict. So you should not wait until you see, okay, now a ban is coming in 29, for instance. As soon as you can shift away from HFC or go to a lower warming HFC, it's a good idea to do it. Just to say that the way we have modeled how much quota we need is based on how we think it's possible to replace HFCs in all sorts of equipment and products using HFCs, and taking into account the growth rate that we think are going to be in all these different markets. So that's a little bit a difficult exercise to do. We got it more or less right the last time around, but just to be on the safe side, we have some flexibilities where we are able to allocate a little bit more quota than you saw on the graph if we can see that there are really serious problems on the market. So now I come to the placing on the market prohibitions. I will skip away from the stationary refrigeration and go to the ones on stationary air conditioning and heat pumps, where we have different types of prohibitions. They are split into whether or not the equipment is self-contained or if it's a split system, and also in terms of size. And then sometimes the DWP limit for the F-gas is 150, sometimes it's 750, and sometimes F-gases are not allowed at all. What is important to note is that the reason why it was decided not to allow F-gases at all by the policy level in the EU was because of the fear to move from HFCs and then into something else, which would then still be or be a forever chemical, also called PFAS. But these very strict bans that are banning F-gases altogether, they are coming after we have to do our next review in 2030. So we have a possibility to assess that this is also still okay to do so. All the placing on the market prohibitions that we have in the area of air conditioning and heat pumps that are new are always subject to a safety requirement exemption. And I'll come to that in a little minute, how that is going to work. But it's important for you to also see that we only have to make it work from 2027. So we have a bit of time to get it right. You should also know that the new regulation is prohibiting export of certain products of equipment with a GWP above 1,000. And that is because international partners approached us and said that they were trying to also phase down HFCs, but from the EU there were companies kind of dumping outdated equipment in their country with very high GWP gases, and they could therefore not live up to their obligations they have under the Montreal Protocol to phase down HFCs. So it was decided that if there is a ban in the EU that has a DWP limit below 1,000, then we put this 1,000 limit for export also. So if, for instance, you look at split systems that are bigger than 12 kilowatts, where you have a prohibition of 750, above 750 in 2029, it means that from 2029 you will not be allowed to export equipment with a DWP above 1,000. Just as the last thing to just explain a little bit this issue about safety requirements. So importers and manufacturers of equipment, they can still place equipment on the market that is not respecting the DWP limits that I just showed you, if that equipment is labeled that it can only be installed in a place where it is needed to go higher than the allowed limit due to safety requirements. And the end user of the equipment, so the one who is having it installed, will need to keep evidence if that type of equipment with that label is installed in his or her place, why exactly it was needed to install an equipment which is normally not allowed in the EU. And this is where there will have to be a good communication between the manufacturers of equipment and the installers of equipment also, because at the end of the day, it will have to be the installers that guide the end user, because the end user normally do not know exactly what the safety requirements are. So the installers will have to play a role there and get some understanding of how the safety requirements they work. So that's all for me, and my advice to you is to avoid F-gases if you can, and if not, go as low as you can, and don't wait for the bans.
Thank you, Bente. Thank you.
Any questions?
La domanda è rivolta al fatto che si è introdotto un meccanismo di tassazione.
Hello. So I will do the questions in both language. I am Marco Masini of Asercom. My question is regards we have generated a taxation on the quota which will be introduced on the European market, and this taxation goes into the plans of the European Commission, and it's not introduced on the companies. Why was this transition not done? Because as all these transitions for a Green Deal, it's R&D, supplementary R&D, and so it's important to give incentive for this transition. Why there are no incentives for this transition?
There are two reasons for that. First of all, with the quota going down that fast, the revenue from the price will actually go down a lot, and it would be extremely difficult to set up a program that would live up to all financial rules and be fair to all member states. And I mean, the member states would never be able to agree how we should divide the money. So that's why the money is not going back, but what it is going actually into the EU budget. And in the EU budget, or from the EU budget, we have lots of programs, including the LIFE program, where we have had some good projects also on training and certification. So in that sense, we still have the EU budget that can be used to make research and development and innovation and even deployment. And then when it comes to giving incentives to consumers to, for instance, install heat pumps, that is something that has to be done at member states level. And there we know that there are some member states that are giving that type of incentives. There are some that have done it and have stopped and so on. But that is a little bit out of our hands. That has to do with tax policies and the budgets in the member states. So we have to stay out of this at EU level.
Please.
Hi, Benta. Mark from Atmosphere. I have 3 questions. Sorry, I'll be very quick. 2 of them will be really quick. When will you start work on the report for mobile air conditioning and transport refrigeration? Because you have to deliver a report by summer 2027. When will you start work on that? That's easy to answer, I guess. Second one, delegated act for training for certifying and training on alternatives to HFCs, including natural refrigerants. When will that be out? And then the third one, I see this safety standards as a kind of a get-out clause. It worries me. You're basically saying an installer, that could be a one-man or a one-woman show, gets to decide whether to respect the GWP or not, if they think it's okay. Is that basically how to understand this? Because that could lead to a lot of abuse and misunderstanding, and that kind of defeats the whole purpose of this regulation. Thank you.
Yes, concerning when we will work on the report on mobile air conditioning that we have to do by 1st of January 2027, I think we will start working on it in 2025 so that we have enough time also for stakeholder consultations. We have to do, I think, 15 implementing acts to replace and repeal the current ones and even make new ones. And we are doing the most important ones first because, it's a lot of work. And we are planning to already do the one for refrigeration and air conditioning and heat pumps actually now, so that hopefully it can be adopted around September. But there are lots of procedures that have to be followed with stakeholder consultations and so on. I expect that the stakeholder consultation will be in April, May, or May, June on the certification and training. And indeed, the safety requirement clause is a tricky one because it is depending on the site where the equipment is installed. So the importer cannot know exactly where it's going to be installed. So it will have to be a system where there are some kind of guidelines where can you install this type of equipment and where can you not, because we also have to accept that there are places where you are simply not allowed to install flammable refrigerant. So then, of course, you still need to have the equipment that can be installed in places like that. So it's a flexible approach. The alternative would be not to have the bans. So then you can choose.
Ok, grazie. Thank you, Bente. Prossimo speaker è Domenico Belli del
Next speaker is Domenico Belli of the Italian Ministry.
Buonasera, grazie.
Hello, thank you for the invitation. I bring all the greetings of Domenico Frattini and the direction of IRR. The quantity of persons that in this day will participate in this fair shows the importance of this sector, and it shows how many enterprises, industry work in this field. So the ministry is very much interested to work and cooperate in this sector. So some words regarding the negotiation that has been performed right now. It has been difficult, and we have put together many nations, and it has not been easy. And our position on some issues that didn't find some agreements with other European partners. So we have been obliged to accept the majority of the opinions. So we think that the final issue is a good result, and we think it was the best possible in this historical phase, and Europe is at the center of this involvement and wants to bring 27 nations to abandon the F-gas as soon as possible. And as ministry, what will we do in the next months? We have a very hard work, and we will start on Thursday, and we will start with the auditions and very fast auditions of the ministry and the public and bodies that are involved, and we will talk with the stakeholders and the associations that are representing the sector in order to collect all the opinions and the proposals that will be accepted and received, and so that it will replace the DPR 163 regarding the money prohibitions, and 2014 when are no obsolete, and now we want to update the national frame, and in some months we want to have a proposal that we will bring to all stakeholders. So there is a first phase that we will collect all the opinions and organize all the documents with the directives, and so that we will be able to share all the solutions that we will define. These will be difficult months scheduled, and we are very much at hard work, and this moment is very strengthening moment on the F-gases, but this is a problem of control and safety, and we have to fight the smuggling, and the ministry is organizing itself thanks to the cooperation of the police and the customs and we have a good cooperation with Rubaldi of the Nucleus of Pistoia, of the Carabinieri, and there is a very good cooperation because we recorded in the last months an increasing of the smuggling of gas and of these gases that are imported and put on in the market, in the Italian market, out of the quotas. And so it's obvious that these, what we are observing will grow while we will come to the ban, and we have to abandon and dispose all the equipments that are obsolete. And so it's very hard work. And so we thank all the police forces and that are controlling the online sales, and this is quite a good work. I thank all these people who are indicating to the ministry that all these smugglings are happening, so that we can fight effectively and take big quantities and that have been smuggled, and eliminate them from the market. And we can seizure all these smuggled quantities, and because otherwise these would lower the prices, and it's illegal competition, and these companies are wasting a lot of money for complying with the directives. And so I give you a meeting point after some months that we can have a discussion and we can share our opinions in order to implement all the new regulations on the Italian market. So if somebody has any need to clarify some issue, I am available. People are afraid because you talked about the police and the Carabinieri. One question. You said that the discussion at a European level was difficult, and that Italy, in spite it is representing 70% of the European market, you have to accept all these external rules. I think that the refrigerating manufacturers have some difficulties, but if you are going, if Europe is going on strengthening the rules, you think that the Italian industry is able to continue surviving? All these regulations that we have enforced, but we were in minority versus all the opinions of the other states. We think that this regulation has also opportunities for the Italian market, and there are industries and companies that will suffer very seriously because they need to shift quickly, and we are convinced that the opportunities for these new regulations will very soon give good results for the Italian market, and we have to answer very quickly these regulations. And we think that we have to overlap all these difficulty. We are ready to support the Italian companies when they will have to face some enforced regulation, and so we need these companies to give us indications of how we can support them. Hello. My question is it clear that this industry is not only this industry, it's combined with many other industries, so all the cold chain and all the accessories, the pharmaceutical and the whole involved companies. I've seen that the Carabinieri have almost worked against the the illegal import, but they also went to bother to the frigorigin operators, and so I think there is a kind of persecution. I ask to these authorities to be able just giving sanctions to all operators of the chain is not good. We have to, if you are hitting on the end user or on the companies, final companies, but all these companies will be obliged to close the activity. So this sector is built on a great quantity of small companies of maintenance. In Liguria, the average is 1.2 of persons that are involved in this kind of profession. So I ask, please be caution to hit in the right place, and that the final result is not a collapse of the whole system, because refrigeration and air conditioning hospital is fundamental. So it's very important that the problem is a structural problem. Please be cautious that to take care of this kind of directive and regulation, because this directive is very, very delicate. The structure of the companies that are working in this field is very well known. We know all the individual companies that are registered on the data bank of the F-gas companies, and we have no interest to hit on the small installers. Of course, if there is an installer that is completely out of the system of certification and registering on the data bank, but we have to respect all the persons and the small installers that are working on the good manner, because our scope is to support this chain. But we want to hit the great illegal traffics of gas, but very often to get to the national distribution of the illegal. Sometimes we have to start from the small installer who will address himself to an illegal provider. So we have to start for the small one to get to the big one, but we will try to be careful according to the size of the company, and in case that growth of the company and smuggling is introduced in order to have a dosage of the our activity of control.
Marco Buoni, Centro Studi Galileo, Associazione Tecnica del Freddo, Area, eccetera.
Yes. I am. So I would like to talk in English. I would like to speak about safety, training, and certification for alternative refrigerants. AREA is an association of technicians, contractors, who handle every kind of refrigerants. We are the link between the manufacturer and the end user. So I would like to talk to you about certification and training. Everybody is talking about that now. All the manufacturers, all the end users, the European Commission, the Italian Ministry of Environment, everybody is talking about increasing skills, because we need to increase skills in our technicians, in our installers. We have a good Article 10 about certification and training in the FCAS Regulation 2024-73. We have mandatory certification for all refrigerants, including alternatives, including natural, and including for technicians that do only natural. So even if you are doing only natural refrigerant, you still need a certification. Also mandatory certification of companies. The implementing acts, we heard earlier, is needed before 12 March 2026, but hopefully we will have it already by middle of the year, or maybe, let's see, maybe end of the summer, let's see. But every member state has got 1 year then to put the certification in place, the training and certification in place. Then, existing certifications are still valid for what they have been issued for. We need the mandatory refreshment training every 7 years. And natural persons, so installers, need in 5 years' time, 2029, to be retrained, refreshed on alternative refrigerants to arrive to a new step, a new skill level. Certificates and training attestation is recognized in all member states. So AREA proposed minimum requirements. Probably you all saw that. In 2021, we proposed the minimum requirements following the international standard ISO 22712 about competence of personnel. So for the refreshment training, in particular, for this transitional period, we have technicians certified. We need to top up to make them know, learn, increase the knowledge on flammable refrigerant small, flammable refrigerant large, carbon dioxide, and ammonia to top up, to increase the level. We made a matrix, so we have 4 more categories on the right, which we want to top up for the refreshment training. And also new skills. You remember the minimum requirements were with 11 skills, 11 block of skills. We like 12 about flammability, 13 about high pressure, 14th skills block about toxicity. And we are following a scheme that we already used, we already found very good experience, which is the Real Alternatives for Life project, which added flammable refrigerant, CO2, ammonia modules, free of charge, learning. But remember, what we want is practice, a lot of practice, because new refrigerants need the best practice to be retrained, because it's different. We already got certification in several countries for alternative refrigerant. In Denmark, in Estonia, in Finland, in Netherlands, and in Spain. We have 500,000 technicians certified under F-gas. So we need to retrain these 500,000 technicians. We did a statistic 2 years back. Now maybe it's increased, but not a lot, unfortunately, because only making mandatory you can increase this statistic. But the statistic said that around 6% of the 500,000 technicians trained on F-gas, certified on F-gas that I told you earlier, only 6% are trained for ammonia, are trained for CO2, are trained for hydrocarbons. So we have a lack of trained technicians working with low GWP refrigerants. It's changed. Our sector is going to change. We need new equipment. We need a fun ATEX to make ventilation, to not concentrate flammable refrigerant on the floor, which is higher is heavier of the air. We need a recovery machine for flammable refrigerant. We need proper equipment. And also we have different service procedures. So the technician needs to understand that it's totally different the way now they are going to work with flammable refrigerants. We need to show them that they need to draw a line of 3 meters around the system. Nobody can pass this line because we are touching flammable refrigerants. No sparks in 3 meters around. We need, of course, all the right equipment, I told you earlier. We can vent below 150 grams of hydrocarbons. Above is more safe to recovery of hydrocarbons, etc. Everything needs to be trained and retrained and certified. So this is why we are developing new training and certification schemes. We are working with G-Clima on this issue. We have continuous meeting. We need to avoid accident. An accident can be a step back for our sector. 2 step backs in our sector. We are going 1 step ahead, thanks to F-gas regulation, one opportunity. If we have a big accident, we are going to 2 step backs. We don't want that. We had probably in Africa. We don't just need the theory and practice. We need pictures, infographic, checklist for everyone to understand. Nobody make mistake. Sorry, everybody makes mistake. Nobody, it's easy and clear and automatic, to do it without making mistake. The certification is the only way to check if the technician is properly competent. Training is one thing. Certification is the only way to check, thanks to an exam. We are following the alternatives. So basic F-gases, existing certificate, and top-up refreshment from now to 2029 to have all the technicians refreshed and retrained following what I said earlier. We have also new categories, so new applications that need to be certified and trained. We have also the refrigeration light-duty vehicles, containers in train and reverse. We have air conditioning equipment in all vehicles, vans, mining, construction operation, trains, metro, tram, aircraft. So we have even more people to be trained that has never been trained in the past. And we need also new knowledge that are properly listed in Article 10, Paragraph 5. We need to speak about, to teach about applicable regulation and technical standards, safe handling of equipment by type and by size, so again, large or small, safe handling of equipment containing flammable refrigerant and toxic gases, improving and maintaining energy efficiency. Always remember, we want to change refrigerants, but keeping in mind energy efficiency, to increase energy efficiency, not decrease energy efficiency. If not, we are not doing the right job. Safety requirements. We have a nice standard, the EN378, that every technician needs to know. We have an area guide, we have an area app on your iPhone to decide what is the minimum size of the room in which you can use this flammable refrigerant, what is the maximum charge of equipment that you are putting inside the room, but it's not all on the installers. We think also the design engineer, architect, consultants, they decide the safety requirements on a site. So they also need to be involved and sign if this system can be in a room or not can be in the room. And also there are not only European standards, there are national standards. In Italy we know Vigili del Fuoco, the firemen, so there are many problems with firemen. Every province has got different firemen and different rules with Vigili del Fuoco. We are also working on area F-gas guide to help on the area F-gas guide. In Italy, just to go back after the Italian Minister of Environment, we are working with the Minister of Environment. We did a good team of association, which are Assoclima, Assofrigoristi, Assogas Tecnici, ICAR, Unione Caldo del Freddo. So we did a good team for highlight the Banca Dati, Italian F-gas online register, how to change it. Training certification, how to change it. The Italian Ministry is very keen to move fast, and we want to help them to move fast, the Italian Ministry. Illegal trade. In Italy, 30% of refrigerant is illegal. in Italy, 30% of refrigerants. And minimum safety requirements, as we said earlier. Last but not least, and by finish, we have a lack of skilled workforce, we said already. We want also women to come in our sectors. We have a women competition for the best women doing installation, doing design, and she is going to win €1,000 and coming to Belfast to area meeting and giving award for having also women in our sector, in our installation, designing process. We need good people, and women can give a hand also on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marco. We have time for questions. Tempo per domande.
Sempre Madi. Madi Sakande, presidente dell'Associazione Africana del Freddo.
Parlo per
So I'll speak in Italian because I live here. So my question is not only for you, but it's already for the lady of the European Union. Anyone want to stay of you with some technician, refrigeration technician, so that you can understand better how this world work? Imagine that now you don't need only a technician, but you need also a firefighter to accompany him to work.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On Monday evening, somebody phoned me up and said, it's all over. The F-gas regulation is adopted, it's printed, and it's in force. And I said, oh dear, I don't have a job anymore. And then suddenly I reminded myself I had to come here today. Now, Bente from the European Commission has just spoken to you and told you everything you need to know about the F-gas regulation. So what can I add on top? So there's a little bit of repetition, but I hope that we are saying the same thing. And I want to leave you with 3 messages. First of all, we have the regulation, but the devil is in the detail. And we, I think, are going to spend a long time unraveling that little devil. Secondly, it's all about implementation, transposition into law. It will take time. It's immediate, of course, but making sure that member states translate the official EU text correctly. And remember, we are at the top of an iceberg, and that iceberg goes down, down, or in time. Bente has mentioned it will be reviewed a few times, potentially. 2040 with the aim of 2050. I will already be retired, so there will be another generation who will be doing what I call in this business for the last 20 years, some F-gassing. So, more seriously, I would like to thank the organisers for inviting myself and Epe to join you today. Always a very pleasure to not only give different viewpoints, but also to listen different viewpoints. And it's true to say, if I can be honest, that we as EPE and my members didn't always see eye to eye with the Commission or the Parliament or the member states. And there were a little bit of tensions. But in a way, it's a great thing that we have this regulation now. We can move forward. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Commission, Bente as your representative, for the continued support. We are bothering you every week, if not twice a week, because we have a lot of questions. And so thank you to the Commission services for your support, because I think it's through this collaboration of working together that we can actually get the best information out there to understand how to unravel the devil. Ooh, wrong one. I'm going to talk about things you've never heard of: phase down, quotas, product bans. But I think it's good to get our head around them very clearly. In a nutshell, EPE is a trade association based in Brussels. We're one of the leading organizations representing the RAT HP industry. And we'll soon be celebrating next year 25 years. So we're just a little bit older than the F-gas regulation at its start. I'm not going to repeat too much of this, but as you know, there have been 3 regulations, and now we've got perhaps 3 more coming. And that's why I say we're at the tip of the iceberg, because I think some of the hard work is going to start now to do it properly for the environment, for consumers, and for industry at large. But I think the future potential reviews are literally around the corner. Bente mentioned they will already start in 2025 to work on the review of the MAC mobile refrigeration. 2030, a review to assess product bans not yet applicable, and 2040 to see what else needs to be done to ensure to reach 2050. So there's a hell of a journey to get through. I guess these are, if not the same slides, almost the similar slides. This is the journey that we've been on and that we will be on. And as you see in the green one, which is the final agreement, including MDIs, there is a very steep phase down over the next 10, 12 years. To a large extent, it's this period which is of concern to us. I think we're committed to 2050, so it's really that next period with incredibly steep phases. Sorry, just get my text aligned with the slides. I think regarding the product bans, it's important to note that they do not apply to mobile equipment. The MAC is unchanged, but to stationary equipment, which means they may not normally in transit during operation and includes movable room AC appliances. The bans, of course, concern chillers as well as self-contained and split systems for refrigeration, AC and heat pumps. Furthermore, to avoid the premature obsolescence of products already placed on the market, the EU has foreseen a derogation for parts thereof for repair and servicing of equipment, but under, of course, quite rightly so, strict criteria. Due to the time allocated, and I always thought 10 minutes for a speech on the F-gas regulation, when you read the regulation it probably takes you a few hours. We're in the process of doing a little document to try and explain in simple terms the key points of the regulation. We're already at 30 pages, so very difficult to summarize it. But we've got a few slides here which tells the whole story. Bente, you've already touched upon it. And I will leave you these slides. When you've got nothing better to do on a Sunday afternoon, you can look at these bans and try and remember them. They're complex, they're complicated, they sort of make sense now. I think most importantly is that there are exemptions. Bente, you've gone through them. And I think to Mark Shastro's point, we've got to be careful how they work. I don't think that there are an escape clause. Quite on the contrary, I think when there is genuine concerns and needs, maybe we can call upon them. And there are different ones at stake. So I think that's important, and I think it shows flexibility on the one hand from the member states, the Commission, the European Parliament, who made that final decision. I think in terms of regarding the servicing and maintenance ban as seen in this table, yeah, that's correct, they progressively, as you see, come into force as of 2025 and differentiate between, on the one hand, refrigerant equipment and on the other AC and heat pumps. And for both sets of equipment, there's a differentiation between virgin refrigerants and recycled and or reclaimed refrigerants, as well indicating the GWP values. Should a shortage of recycled and or reclaimed F-gases be proved, again, an exemption from the bans of the 4 years could be authorized. There are, of course, and we've touched upon, new rules around containment, certification and labeling. I think these are absolutely important. Requirements on how now extended to HFOs, requirement for certification to handle natural refrigerants, and requirements for containment measures to cover mobile equipment. There are also new labelling requirements which come into force as of 2025, which will require most likely the need for new labelling because calculating the GWP values of HFOs, blends and natural refrigerants, these values will change and hence will require new labelling. Rules on imports and exports, we've already touched on them, are strengthened in the new F-gas provisional text, now in force. First, a ban on import and export for HFCs and equipment containing HFCs from and to countries that didn't ratify the Kigali Amendment, Montreal Protocol, will start from 2028. Secondly, from the 12th of March 2025, so not long ago, a ban for export from the EU will enter into force for stationary rack equipment mentioned in Annex 4 using F-gases with GWP above or equal to 1,000. Military equipment is exempted. Last but not least, I think Article 35 describes a number of review clauses. The first is publishing a report whether F-gas alternatives exist and therefore can reliably, technically, energy efficiently and cost effectively replace F-gases in the equipment of mobile refrigeration and mobile air conditioning equipment no later than 1st of July 2027. So I guess, Bente and the Commission, that will keep you already very busy, as if you're not already busy. Secondly, by publishing a report by no later than 1st of January 2030, it's really not far, for equipment in Annex 4 covered by the bans, one mentioned earlier that they have not become applicable at the time of the review. And last but not least, the third review to be done by the 1st of January 2040 will review the need for HFCs, where they are still utilised, and for the phase-out of the HFC quotas. Exactly how the process of these reviews work is not 100% sure, so we will be monitoring it closely and hopefully being guided by the Commission. So, what are the next steps? And as I've only got 2 minutes left, I'll bring my famous iceberg up. And this is not so much to be, oh dear, we've still got a horrible journey to go. It's more, oh dear, we still have got a lot of work to do. I think we've spoken or mentioned most of these. I think for people in the industry, you're going to have to spend a lot of time analysing the regulation. Hopefully there will be more and more documents out there explaining. Maybe the Commission will come up more guidances. I think it will take time to seek the clarifications. And as we grapple with understanding this regulation and for industry to be ready to apply it, we need to be fully aware and engage on another dossier, did I mention it, the proposed universal restriction on PFASs, which may have on the one hand a potential impact on the refrigerants we will be able or not be able to use, jumped the gun, and on the other the restrictions which could potentially impact the use of fluoropolymers in components and equipment, for example compressors. So I mentioned that we are due to come out with a leaflet to sort of explain our own understanding of the regulation. We'll of course share it with Bente and DG Klima beforehand to make sure we haven't made any big boo-boos. So to conclude and to be in time, suffice to say that the final entry into force of the regulation is for me actually beginning yet another F-gas journey. We will certainly take us to 2040, maybe 2050. And the other side of the coin is I will be retired by then. So thank you very much for your assistance, attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Questions?
You can ask me as many questions as you want, because the only person who might have the answers is Bente. Yeah. I've told them everything they needed to know, Marco. So. Thank you very much. Marco.
Marco is a famous name in Italy.
Yes.
Marco is very famous.
It's not really a question, but it's something important. is the Commission, so I'm talking to you, but also to Bente, is the Commission considering really the implication of PFAS and working on those with those people of the ICA in such a way that they understand the impact on our sector based on not just HFOs, of course, but also the fluoropolymer that for us is essential component in order to make any of our equipment. So is there already a table open at the Commission Environment, DG Klima?
That's for you, Bente. I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Commission.
We have a microphone. So you don't need to come up.
So, is it working?
No, it's not working. Confirm?
So, as I said, always good with techniques. Well, the PFAS restrictions, they follow their own procedure. So currently it's dealt with by the chemical agency, and they will come out with a report with recommendations to the Commission, and then the Commission will take a decision what to then do with the PFAS. And there are all this work going on in the context of the chemical agency, taking into account a lot of stakeholder input. They have gotten so many comments that I think they are still reading, and they are of course aware of also the link that there is to the F-gas regulation. But from our perspective, we do not see any kind of risk of inconsistency between the F-gas regulation and whatever is coming out of the PFAS process, because our regulation is the way it is, and if they are finding something else under the PFAS regulation where they want to add additional prohibitions, then they would simply come on top of what we have prohibited. But they cannot take away any of the bans that we have. So in that way, it will always stay consistent. But for the moment, we are not yet involved in how the decision is going to be. Right now, it's really scientific work that is happening.
Thank you.
Bene, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ilaria Cappiello from Credia is the next speaker.
Buon pomeriggio a tutti.
Hello to everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I'm not tall, so I have to lower the microphone. I don't think I will add a lot of issues to what has been said before, because as it has been said by the ministry, we are in a phase of revision. We have a very engaging months for all parties, and so I will give you some information, general information on how we are structured, the structure on. So we have the market surveillance, quindi il controllo del mercato che tutti conoscono, quindi una vigilanza del mercato. So it's we are surveillance with the public authorities monitor the market to ensure the circulation of the products that have to comply with national and standards and European standards. So we have the standards. The standards. There is all the standards, and in Italy we have UNI. UNI is the body, the Italian body, which specifies the voluntary regulations and the service for all the voluntary and mandatory standards that have to be comply. So we have the metrology, and so it's all the commerce changer that have to guarantee the reliability and credibility of measurements. And then we are present for the accreditation, and we are checking that the mechanism, that a body or laboratory meet the criteria that are established by the standards, instead of just laws. And all this is assessed by on the conformity, and the evaluation of the conformity is standard organism, which is they have to comply with what we are assess. What is the reference regulation for Accredia, as for all other bodies, is the CE 75 of 2008, and so this is the European frame, and we find the 765 2008, the decision of 2008, and the regulation of 2008 764. All these decisions ensure and facilitate the free movement, the products within the European Union that have to comply with the national standards and regulations. And then we have also the public policies, and the government and the public administrations, they have to be accredited. So you have a better recognition on the market, the qualification. So there is a simplification on the administrative, but so you have less controls, but there is somebody who already checked some requirements or other forms of facilitation. For example, the code of tenders, which is the Decree 37 or DPR 147, and what this is leading to benefits for the computers and for the business, for the enterprise, because it increases the trustability, the confidence on the market, because we are trying to eliminate what is not transparent or defined or applicable. And so, as you can see, there are a series of benefits for all these components. I want to show you some numbers, the numbers that are important. We have 41 bodies that are accredited, and they can issue products and certifications for the products or for the operators according to the regulations that are listed here in 2008 and 2066. And then what is the impact is that we have about 45,000 companies that are certified with accreditation, and 78,000 persons that are certified under accreditation. So you see that the figures are very high and they have a good impact. So I will not represent again all the new regulations in Europe, because this has been already been said before, and so I go on to the important thing, the main changes that will be introduced by this regulation. So it will have a big impact, not only on the enterprises and on the certified persons, but also on the market itself. On the market itself, we are talking of a reduction of the fluorinated gas and the greenhouse gases, and we will control all kind of gases, and mostly I want to say which are strengthened. This is a European regulation. This will be implemented in the new DPR, the new document from the government, which is under revision. Who will be involved by these regulations? So I will not speak further because it has already been said. I want to concentrate your attention without entering in the detail, because all the important points of this new regulation have been said. But I want to draw your attention on Article 10. Article 10 will have an important impact on the companies, on the frigorist persons, of the certified persons, and the person who will certify themselves. And this will have a great job from the certification organism, because they are issuing the certificates that the enterprise or also the operator will present on the market. But this involves also a big work regarding ourselves as an accreditation body. So Article 20, we are speaking here of a system that states that the Commission has to establish an electronic system database on the quota system. This has been already implemented, and it has to be, of course, enforced by all companies regarding the import and export of the gases. And so in Italy, as in all other countries, the attention elements that we, and according to the stakeholders and the Ministry of Environment, we will draw our attention, and we will make a revolution on which are the schemes of accreditation, because as you can see, both for the enterprises and the persons, we find the timing of surveillance and the registration on the data bank, and the rules for the transition, and how the data has to be inserted on the data bank. So according to the already accredited person, we have 48,000 enterprises that are registered right now, certified. So it will have a big impact on all the persons who are already certified. So what will we have also? We will have to find a way to homogenize the control of the instrument that will be used by the companies. The next steps are we will review the decree 146 of 2018. We will have to review the accreditation schemes, so it will not be only a review of the present schemes, but we will implement others ones, and we will have working groups. Some of these have already been presented by the Ministry of the Environment, and we will try to involve all the stakeholders. So you are all invited to participate, because it's important for us, your participation, because you are working on the field, so we can define and establish the rules, but you are working on the field, so you are selling the gas, so you are the best ones with your experience who can help us in establishing or in the best way possible all these accreditation schemes. And then we will have also a series of meetings, and we will try to be as possible fast in establishing these new accreditation schemes. It's not easy. There are many things that have to be taken into account. training and the rules, and so there is a very big challenge of work. So I thank you for the attention. This is what Accredia is. Thank you. You have time for some question. So I don't present myself. You already know me. There is a team that is on the table, and it's not said a lot about it. The demography, the reduction of the population of the companies. Last year, we had a big reduction of the companies in our field, in the technology field, from the frigorist to the hydraulics. There is decreasing of the amount of the companies. So if you strengthen the rules, you will avoid some people to enter in the field. So before organizing a new scheme which will rigid and to enforce all the standards, it has to be made clear at the Ministry of Instruction. If you don't enforce the introduction of women in this kind of work or job, we maybe the great deal will miss the wheels, because the production is a team, but when they have the installation which allows to work with all the production so significantly. So I want to just say, be careful that you don't go far away instead of coming close to, because this sector is becoming very much specialized. I have a question then regarding the 1704. We have amendments of the certification which is allowed for the frigorist. Is it possible to avoid the annual maintenance? The 1724 is not giving very defined rules, because it's sending back to the reference schemes of the decisions. Right now, the maintenance is included in the schemes of accreditation, and so it's fundamental to maintain the accreditation. It is one of the elements that we will have to draw our attention on, and we will talk the next meetings that we will have with all the stakeholders. I cannot say that we don't know what will be said about the maintenance of the accreditation of the frigorist, and all professional person is certainty of a continuous continuity of the profession of the person. So what it will be, I don't know. Thank you.
Francesco Mastrapasqua di Assocol, F-gas regulation in the light of the European climate law, the refrigeration industry perspective.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ms. Bente. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm going to speak to you and make a focus on refrigeration, okay? As we see the F-gas regulation in refrigeration, of course, we have been discussing for a long time, for at least a couple of years, of what we would expect from the final F-gas regulation, what means the proposal of the Commission, what means the different positions of council, parliament, and so on. And now, finally, in the end, we are in front of the new F-gas regulation, the third one, number 3. This is the one that aims to accompany us to the climate neutrality in 2050. So it's extremely important. And no surprise for anyone that this is a game changer. It will have a very positive impact on the environment. That's the core, the meaning of the F-gas regulation. And it will change the rule of the game. I mean, it will be a shake for the industry, for all stakeholders, and for companies. It's a clear signal of where Europe wants to go and where the industry has to go from here to 2050. So it's extremely important. And as association, and together with the other national associations, we have been working with this file extensively and deeply for a long time, so that it would become realistic and clearly applicable. Are we there? I leave the question to you, that you can, let's say, wonder about this, also looking at our presentations. Is it clear and applicable now? Let's see. First of all, the main, I would say, the mother of all the measures is the phase down of quota, of course. There are two important steep steps in 27 and 2030 that will result in 2030 in leaving only about 16% of the quota of HFCs available in the market. And that's very important, because cutting the quota means limiting the amount and the GWP of the refrigerants that can circulate in the market, that we can find and buy, of course. And these two steps, of course, promise, with in parallel with a steep demand of HFCs from existing systems that need to be maintained, we risk to have a quite steep also change in price of the refrigerants and in availability. So we have to be careful that accompanying the refrigeration systems to the end of their life is done in an economically sustainable way. That's also sustainability for our companies. And in the end, anyway, it's a very clear signal for companies that is no point in investing in technologies that are not green, that are not compatible with the green transition that we will have to face ahead. The measures for refrigeration are those you see on the screen, and I don't want to repeat them again. Just note that all the fluorinated refrigerants, or nearly all the refrigerants that we are using today, alternative to fluorinated F-gases, so just to name a few, R449, 448, 134, 452, have a count clock on them, and they will disappear, they will fade away from the system very soon. Of course, for the quota, they have a GWP of above 1,000, so their destiny is to end soon. And we are not scared about these measures, because as industrial, sector, refrigeration in Italy is doing a lot, I would say all, with natural refrigerants already. So we are ready for that. It's not a transition. In refrigeration, there are, I don't know, probably 80,000 stores running on CO2 transcritical in Europe, and maybe, just to give a number, 5 million plug-in systems with propane, so it's not new at all. But what is really shocking, and shocking, is not shocking, I was choosing the wrong word, but it's really a point of attention, that only in Italy we have thousands and thousands of stores that are running with HFCs right now, with HFCs that have a high GWP inside, okay? The refrigerants we mentioned before are necessary to accompany our systems, the existing systems in the market, until the end of their useful life, because they were installed maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago with the technologies of that time and with the refrigerants of that time. So can you imagine switching, let's say, 80% of the stores we have in Italy, so let's say 15,000 stores, retrofit them with CO2 or with refrigerants under 150 or 750, before 2032. This is a real point of attention. Do we have technicians enough? Do we have refrigerant enough? Do we really can physically handle this transition before the time, before 2032? There are retailers that have 1,000 stores with R448. What are we going to do with those? Will we be able to convince them to start planning the retrofit of their stores right now, because they have only 8 years to act? And 8 years, 100 stores per year, it's really a lot. It's beyond any budget. Okay, so this is a real point of attention for our industry. Good or bad, somebody may like it or not like it, but this is the reality. These are the numbers. So we will need incentives, we will need a help so that the green transition is not entirely on the shoulders of the retailers. This cannot be. So we need incentives to drive the transition in Italy. And this is what ASOCOLD, with the other associations, is really pushing for very hard. Then we have other measures that, of course, will have an impact on our industry. The export ban. It's fully understandable that we can't export high GWP systems in other countries that have a similar commitment, that they belong to the Protocol of Montreal as us, and we can't imagine that we are, let's say, sending them the systems that we prohibited in Europe. Is quite understandable. But at the same time, this is an issue because in some countries, the demand, the current market demand, is driven by HFCs, because they are not so advanced as Europe. Europe is the most advanced and ambitious continent. But other continents, of course, don't accept CO2 systems the same way as they are in Italy, in Europe. So this is an issue. Spare parts, no problem. They will be there forever to maintain the systems in operation. There's no limitation, or at least the limitations that are really understandable and acceptable. And the certification of technicians, that is something that is engaging our associations a lot, to develop a new certification system for the new refrigerants that will appear on the picture. Now, impacts and gaps, I don't want to be too extreme. It's not really gaps of the regulation, it's gaps in the application of the regulation as far as we can see and we can imagine. Gaps that we will have to handle together in the group of associations, and of course in the full cooperation that we have among associations. And of course, just to mention illegal trade, we are talking about a full revision of the import systems and of course of the clearance of goods, on the way that the goods that are imported and exported are controlled. And this is quite an issue because it's not easy to change all this one day to another or overnight. At the same time, monitoring and reporting, we have to adapt our, we call it in Italy, the Banca FGAS monitoring system, Banca Dati, which is probably, as you know, the most advanced or one of the most advanced monitoring tool database existing in Europe, and it's well used, it's easy, it's very efficient, and so on. It needs to be adapted anyway because rules are changing, and we have to adapt this system as well as the fight to illegal trade. Requires a lot of adaptations and a lot of, let's say, gaps to be bridged at the moment, although the regulation is pretty clear on all of them. To complicate a little bit things further is that there is another, let's say, regulation or some kind of development that may concern the refrigerants, and this is the extension of the REACH regulation to cover the the new PFAS substances, including most of the fluorinated refrigerants. And so this is somehow a threat. There are studies that seem to confirm that fluorinated refrigerants are PFAS, fall into the definition of PFAS, and PFAS are, let's say, considered a threat for human health and for the environment. And there is a possibility that in the future starts a new regulation to cover this issue. And now we have to be, let's say, responsible and careful, because what about if we now make a transition and extensively use a refrigerant that we will discover in 3, 4 years or 5 years that it is toxic, is dangerous, and harms the health of the people and of the environment, and will be prohibited. So one possible solution is anyway to start considering these facts, and if the REACH will or not will be, let's say, extended to fluorinated refrigerants, those which are, let's say, which are considered PFAS, we can't start immediately filling the market with those, because there will be installations that have to be once again retrofitted in few years. So a kind of precautionary principle versus these refrigerants is something that makes a lot of sense. The more the REACH revision goes ahead or will not go ahead, we don't know. But of course, they are actively, the Commission, the ECA and RAC, they are working on this file, so it will end somewhere, and we don't know exactly where. So in the end, I would say we are very proud to be Europeans, to be Italians, to be somehow ambitious as a continent. The first worldwide regulation that prohibits, will cut the consumption of HFCs. It's important. We are trying to shift as much as possible to natural refrigerants. We have the technologies, and I would say Italian companies are leaders in these technologies with natural refrigerants, so we're quite proud of it. But we have a big issue. We see big issues tomorrow morning with the maintenance of all these stores that we have on all the refrigerants right now, and that we will have to take care of in the next future, tomorrow morning, I would say, without wasting any time. So, thank you very much. This is the picture for refrigeration. Available for your questions, if any. Marco, please. No.
Hi. Okay. Yes. Hi. Good afternoon. Alfredo Oliveira from Portugal, refrigeration chair for ASHRAI Portugal, and vice president too for FSM, European Federation for Capturing Machinery. Question for the table. Certification comes into force with the regulation 2015-2067. I didn't hear nothing about redone it. Certification process, it's a little bit stressing, at least from what I said, on the 378 and other directives like competent person. I didn't hear nothing about PAD, ATA, and ACTAX regulations to be based on. I didn't hear nothing about it. So I'm curious, are we going to do from now to March next year, if nothing is already decided, what is going to be stated on the certificate of the technicians that are approved from now to then? Another Q. What is the law enforcement that will apply to it as well? As I know in Portugal, there's always a law enforcement for each regulation. Those so Qs that I'm curious to know about, for the audience, of course.
Thank you, Alfredo. This is a question that goes straight to the heart of what we are doing with the associations. Of course, the certification schemes and training schemes will have to change and to be adapted soon to an increased number of new solutions and new technologies that will appear, or at least this is what we are working very hard. Of course, it's not something that we do, let's say, openly. We don't tell you how much we're working, but with Marco and with the other associations, we are extremely working hard with the Italian government to set up certification schemes that adapt, of course, to the new situation created by the new F-gas regulation.
If I can add something quick, we moved straight away. 2 years ago, we moved already with minimum requirements. The European Commission is moving fast, as fast as we can. They could have 2 years, but they said that in June probably we already have something. because everybody understands that if there is not mandatory training, even the equipment that should go out probably will be out, less quick. Will be not so fast as everybody wants if there is not enough technician trained on it, because the manufacturers rely a lot of installers, of course. They need the installers. If there are no installers, why put in the market a system that nobody can install?
We are trying to work hard so that the new certification schemes that we will have, at least in Italy or Europe-wise, are, let's say, based also on the perspective of associations that handle the equipment every day. And so we try to give our support, our experience, and try to contribute positively to the development of the new certification schemes. This is, I would say, the focus number one right now. So the point is absolutely accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prossimo relatore è...
The next speaker is Vincenzo Scarani. Thank you everybody for your patience. The time is going on. We are starting to be tired. I will talk to you about a subject regarding the circular economy of refrigerant gases, and in particular of the F-gas, which very important issue, and I want to show you how important it is, this aspect. I would start to have some questions. I've felt how important are refrigeration and air conditioning in our life, because they are diffused all over. We find them in our houses, are in our fridge there, in the display cabinet, and in our cars, in our train, in the airplane, all the mobile and the meeting places as this one, and the cinema, on the transportation, the handling and transport of all the perishable foods, and the storage, and drugs, and so they find them also when we go for shopping, because it's essential for food preservation of the vegetables and the fish. So we have a growing demand for cold, and this is amplified all over the world, because we are about 8 billions of people in the world, and each time there is a progress, there is a technology that is requested by an increasing person. So we have an increasing request, and we have a dwindling resources of the earth, and then we have the restrictions that are increased, and we are a virtuous continent, and so somehow we are trying through the regulations to draw to using gases that are refrigerants that have a lower environmental impact. So this tendency will draw to use of lower GWP refrigerants. This has a lot of consequences, so it requires other technologies, other uses, and so if we go from the right side of the screen to the left one, we have a work in progress, and for the implementation of with refrigerants of lower GWP. So we have, first of all, the automotive sector. All the cars have a low GWP installation. So we have the refrigeration in the houses, in the industrial, and so they are positioned in this slide, in this position. So it shows that they are trying to comply with lower impacting environmental refrigerants, because this has implications that are almost impossible, and because the fluorinated gases, the quota has to be phased down, and we have to have a good work of the customs, so the available quantities on the market will be taken by the manufacturers of the appliances, because they need to sell an appliance with refrigerant, so they will spend all their economic possibility to buy the refrigerant they need. So we are risking gas shortage, and they will have a very big impact on the maintenance, and so all the activities that are allowing the appliance to go on their life. How can we support with our work the transition, the ecological transition, and we can help the lacking of quota, and so one of the instruments is the circular economy of refrigerant gases. So this is a theme that is quite far from now, because we talked about standards, restrictions, phase down, but let's think to this theme that we live, we experience in our life, who is not applying the circular economy in its own life. So we are recycling all the different kind of waste which are reconverted in glass, in aluminium, and so we are trying to extend the life of the products. So this concept can be extended also for the refrigerant gases. So we have to recover the gas from the appliances that are somehow dismantled or retrofitted technically, and we have to develop this recycling. It's so to guarantee to these fluids a new life. So if you think to aluminium, who is retransferred again, is in a can, it's a pure aluminium. Glass is a pure glass. So we have the possibility to recycle a refrigerant as a true refrigerant. We have to bring it back to its original purity and have the original performance and chemical composition and the virgin substance. And this is the process of the regeneration of the refrigerant gases. So in our plant, we are just making the reclamation of the gases, and so after a laboratory analysis, they are certified as a reclaimed gas, and it is again indistinguishable to the raw substance. So with this industrial process, of course, we will have some wastes, so these no reclaimable fluids go to the thermal destruction. So this recycling of the gases is the technician who is in charge of the maintenance. He is the most important person, so he has to have a good training to apply the circular economy. So he has to collect the refrigerant and the domestic appliance. So we have to go to a good practice to separate the different the different refrigerators and have the different tanks for each gas, and avoid the bad practice which is mixing different refrigerants together. So on this aspect we have a lot to do. So I show you in France, it's a nation and as population and as installed appliances more or less similar to Italy, but we have very different numbers. Figures in France, almost 1,000 to 1,200 tons per year are recovered. In Italy, we are much lower. We are 200 to 300 tons per year. So you can see how there is a lot of space to recover these refrigerants in order to have them the support in a market where there will be a lack of quota and for the service and the maintenance. So the regenerated gas, reclaimed gas is very important to allow an appliance to go to its natural death. So we are doing our part. We are protagonists, and there is and we are bringing the European best practice. We are bringing them into Europe, and we are endeavoring this practice. And we hope that you are doing also your part. I thank everybody, all the speakers, the illustrious speakers, and Galileo, Centro Galileo, who organized an attractive event, and your presence shows the importance of this meeting. I thank you, and I am available for any question. Questions? What is stopping Italy in recovering? What is it? Is it a cost? Is it a lack of desire? Is it easier to just let the refrigerant go into the environment? What is the main reason? Yes. Yes. Thank you. It's second Marco asking me this question. In your preceding presentation, Accredia said about 45,000 companies are certified, so 1.7 person per company. If we see numbers of Marco in Europe, in Italy, we have 20% of the person with a personal certification and 35% of the companies. These are very micro companies that have a great difficulty to deal with the bureaucracy, with paperwork, and filling a lot of forms to comply with the regulations in rule. So the dimension of the companies are all very small, and so surely it is in Italy it's much more complicated. All the paperwork is more complicated. The cost is not a limit because there are many mechanisms. There are many operators on the market who are stimulating the differentiated collection, so that there is an economical benefit. So of course letting go into the environment is a big fault. I don't know which is the right answer, but we have to work on this. Thank you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your invitation and for this opportunity. Today I will speak about application and impact on the safety. I'm Carmelo Di Pasquale, Product Manager Nippon Gas Italian. Nippon Gas is one of the leading companies in the industrial gas sector. In Italy, we have a big division of refrigerant gas. We are the bigger distributor, and we collaborate with our partners. A very important aspect of the F-gas revision regulation of this period is that we have to develop products with low impact, but nobody spoke about two important aspects: security, so flammability of the new gases, and efficiency, energetic efficiency. So we'll see which will be the alternatives, but compliant with the new limits and bans. So we will see in the sector of commercial, where the limit has been kept to 150, what are the alternatives that can bring efficiency, energetic efficiency. So I will not speak a lot of the regulation. A lot of people talk about it, but I will show you about the air conditioning system. So we have 8,000 tons in the Italian market with a 10% share to date of flammable glass. But with the forecast with the new regulation is that all flammable or in A3 or in A2L, with the new regulation, we will have a market quote very much higher for the flammable gas. So in 2030, let's say 50% more. So there will be the cutting quota, but also the ban of F-gas on heating pump below 12 kilowatt is a big change. So let's see which are the alternative solutions. On commercial refrigeration, the systems with the traditional gas air 404 is retrofitting to 4A8. But we will move to two particular refrigerants with the GWP below 150. So it's important what's the quota, the part of market of those refrigerants in Italy. So it's around 20% in the refrigeration, but the most important part is in conditioning. So we'll see how the limit of flammability and low speed of flame will give a big solution with the A2L. We will see now in the next slide. In this slide you can see the two main refrigerants that we are pushing in the market with our net of sales. It's R454C and R455A. One is a product produced by Chemours and one from Honeywell. They have GWP below 150, so they are compliant with the new regulation. And they are classification A2L, and they can be used on a big commercial refrigeration, and they are quite safe. We can find them in a centralized system, in a plug-in system, and in other application. So when we compare the COP and the energetic consumption in a supermarket, we did this case study. So we compared analyzing the performance in two different important sites in Milano and in Palermo, so north of Italy and south of Italy, because the lower temperature of CO2, there is a suffering of energy efficiency, especially with high temperatures. So in the south of Italy, the gap was more increased. So it will be more convenient with CO2. So the unique solution is impossible, but we have to take into consideration other parameters. So you see on the graph that below 20 degrees, the COP is decreasing very heavily on the red line. On the 455, the other gas seems similar to the other one. Where the what are the characteristics? So you can see it's a blend where you can find a small percentage of CO2. You can application are batteries, bakery, groceries, restaurants, food services, and warehouse, laboratories, food processing. And in the installation, it's good for condensing unit and semi-centralized systems, also in plug-in systems. To get a technical scientific effect approach, we collaborate with Honeywell to see the operative cost and the indirect emissions. So we have a software that analyzes all these, especially for the retail world. So here you can see in this supermarket chain, we have analyzed what are the energetic consumption of a supermarket of approximately 1,000 square meters. And in Torino, so we have the plant of the supermarket with all the thermical losses. So you can see that the CO2, the leakage rate is set at the level of 10% per year for R455A and R448A, and 20% for CO2. Electricity cost is 0.25 euros per kilowatt hour, and energy efficiency class for condenser gas cooler is 45 kilowatt in class C. So in France it would have been better because we have nuclear power in place. So we obtained the comparison between CO2 system and HFO, and the investment costs are lower, and also the operative costs in 10 years are lower with respect to CO2. So this gap is more and more accentuated. It's larger if we go in the south of Italy. So the parameter that we considered is the TEWE, to get also the indirect emissions. So we have a lot of references. For example, MD Discount decided to use this technology R455. We developed a supermarket and others. And this is in Bologna, 80 kilowatt in TN, and 4 circuits. They have 84 kilograms per circuit, let's say 50 kilograms per circuit, a total refrigerant charge of 200 kilowatt. It's 260,000 euros in 10 years, let's say. Other references we have in Europe, in Belgium, we have Deleuze, Leclerc in France, and Gruppo Deca in Germany. All supermarkets below 1,500 square meter. For higher square meter, other areas, it's better CO2. But for smaller supermarkets, this HFC is better. Another reference just opened some few months ago. This plant in R455, all in BT. You can see the system regulation system Dixel, the expansion valve AKV Danfoss, frigorific capacity 6 kilowatt, compressor Bitzer 1 for tests. So we are ready to satisfy every market. Now you can see that we can also use not only direct expansion, we can use for bigger powers, we can use a solution, hydronic solution, so like 1, 2, 3, 4 ZE or micro cascade systems. So it depends on the square meters and the powers required. We can be compliant with the regulation and also give efficiency. This is the most important slide on security. So, is it possible to, if you follow the N378 regulation, you can use a plug-in mod, split or centralized with a condensing unit positioning class 1, 2, 3. The volume is important, the type of local occupancy, and then the correct process will be to follow the technical provision DM 10 March 2020. It's a decree that not many people know, but it compares A1 with A2L with the same atmospheric pressure. When you have done all this realization, you have to open a SHIA, which is to certification, declaration of plant conformity, data sheets, fire reaction, class of furniture. And there will be then a site inspection by the Provincial Fire Department Command within 30 days after submission of SHIA. The release, subsequent release of CPI with duration depending on the type of activity and the risk involved. So we will have to deal with gas or blend very flammable. 4 parameters will be very important. The system, so it will be self-contained or splitted, or if the technology is motor-condensing or internal or external, the volume of the room and also the type of local occupancy, it's important to determine the limit of charge. So we don't have to be scared from flammability, but we can manage it following the EN378 regulation. To conclude, I wanted to give you this important concept, and we want to understand how the transition has to accelerate. So the refrigerant with low GWP, synthetic or natural, will come more and more in the market. They're not a retrofit, but they will need a new plant. And thank you for attention. If you have questions.
Okay. Is a to be or not to be question? To be is we have to have alternatives, okay, to replacements on the 400 series. And not to be is if ECA next year or a year after tells everybody HA4s 134YF 454 are to be banned. So we're going to have like we have on 2020 with 448, 449 on commercial hermetic seal refrigeration that have to be banned. It's a to be or not to be question. What we're going to do? Are we developing something that ECA can throw away in a 2 or 3 years' time?
I think that we have to wait the final feedback of ECA in between since 2027, I think, about PFAS restriction. Because, you know, YF is the base of the new HFO. And R454B, for example, that is alternative solution to R410A, for example, in heat pumps, or for example, 1234ZE, that is a large solution used by the main constructor of the large chiller and is a long-term solution. How can I handle this type of application without YF? This is the problem.
Thank you. It's here. Hello, this is Jos Halusham from the International Institute of Refrigeration. So you are clearly claiming that the use of these blends are ways more performant and with a lower capex and lower opex than R744.
Yeah, in terms of cost of investment.
Yes. So I have a question regarding this should be your reference shop, right, using the R744. Do you have an idea about the system specification of your reference shop? Is it a simple booster system?
This is a very simple condensing unit than the reference that you see.
Yeah, but do you have more information about it? Because surprisingly, we have been doing the same work in Italy, with CO2 systems. And these were very, very performant in the sense that we have been applying.
It's dependent about the capacity and the surface of the system, because it's well proven that if you can put a transcritical system, for example, in South Italy with a small capacity in retail stores, the energy efficiency is lower for CO2 system. Depends from the capacity.
Yeah, but are you using parallel compressor technologies, liquid in vapor rejectors, flooded evaporators? Because I could see you are using the direct
but if
expansion.
a new plant, with the installer have to buy a new plant and doesn't have money to buy a very expensive system as a CO2 transcritical system with a ejector, for example, how can I do?
Yeah, but lower OPEX. If your system
not
is
system, not so often. Because it's proved by Politecnico di Milano, for example.
Okay, but still, at least they are not subjected to any no B-phase. No
I know that a lot of reference in South Italy that when arrived at business at home is very high. Most of all in summer season. That is the problem.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hello to everybody. Good afternoon, everybody.
Appliances, and I'm responsible for the trade marketing related activities to the Embraco brand. During today's presentation, I will give you an overview of the solutions that Embraco is offering to the market in order to face the challenges that the new legislation is posing to the refrigeration industry as a whole. Now, we all know that the climate is changing, and regulation bodies are taking this challenge into serious consideration. I won't bother you with the details, but this is why legislation is taking care of normating what kind of refrigerants we can use, the quantity of refrigerants that we can use, and to give minimum performances index expected for the applications that are going to be put into the market. Now, Embraco has a vision as well in order to let's say, make the future of refrigeration sustainable. And this vision is based on four pillars. First pillar is hydrocarbon refrigerants, which we see as a low GWP future-proof solution. Second, high-efficiency compressors to reduce the energy consumption and then, as a consequence, lowering the total cost of ownership. Third pillar is the Embraco Sync It All, a new ecosystem of electronics components working together to further boost the possibilities of energy savings and enhance the refrigeration performances of the applications. And last but not least, compact frames, to reduce the impact of the supply chain from the production to the dismantling. Now, the first pillar is already well acquired from the market. We can see that the usage of hydrocarbon compressors in new applications has been growing steadily over the last 10 years, growing from, let's say, 40% in 2013 to more than 75% nowadays, and is expected to cover almost the totality of the new applications by 2030. And this is why Embraco offers a complete portfolio of high-efficiency on-off hydrocarbon compressors. Point is, if you want to reach top efficiency, you need to switch to variable speed. And this is why Embraco is working to bring all the platforms that you can see here as on-off to variable speed. Now, the benefits of variable speed introduction are really clear if we consider the case studies. This is just one example. But this is a very representative since, for example, we took these 2 doors reaching freezer equipped with a latest generation high-efficiency compressor NTX on-off, and we substituted it with a VNEX compressor, and we obtained 11.2 energy consumption reduction, with all the benefits that come with, for example, CO2 emission reductions due to lower energy consumption, savings in the energy bill at the end of the year, and more comfort in the shop due to lower noise emitted by the compressor. But one remarkable point is that all these benefits came just by switching the compressor. And why is this? We know that compressor is responsible for around 50% of the total energy consumption of the refrigeration appliance. And this means that another 50% is available, is there to reduce the energy consumption. And where is this 50%? It's in fans, it's in lights, it's in routines, defrost, door heating. And this is why the ecosystem, the Embraco Sync It All, the Embraco vision is that this whole potential of energy saving can be reached only if all the components and all the routines work together in synergy to obtain the maximum of the refrigeration efficiency. Of course, this package is composed by the variable speed compressor to obtain the best from the energy efficiency point from this component, but also the ECM fan. The ECM fan, which is by definition more efficient versus the older shaded pole version, and is also available with variable speed configurations in order to further reduce energy consumption and also further reduce the noise emitted by the application. Third part of this ecosystem is the controller, an electronic component that is meant to make components run smoothly in the operation, and also routines. The controller runs the adaptive defrost and door heating routines in a smart way in order that the energy efficiency is ensured. All of this is powered up by the U-Control user interface that can be used by OEMs in the labs or even in the production line to configure and test the application, but also can be used in the field when the application is running to gather data about how the application is running. Now, the preliminary results tells us that the potential of this technology, even when compared with a two-door freezer, once again, but even when compared with a high-efficiency solution equipped with a high-efficiency EMC compressor, the potential is around 30% energy consumption reduction. And this comes, of course, in absolute value from the compressor, which, as we said, is the single component responsible for the most energy consumption. But also, controller and ECM fan see their impact reduced more or less by half. Now let me spend one minute, let's say, about a topic that I really care about, which is training. This topic has already been debated in this session. We already thought about it. Refrigeration world is evolving. the tools, the application, the refrigerants are changing. And this means that the people that work every day in the field must evolve too. And for this reason, Embraco actively supports the proposal of the Italian RACHP associations to fully implement the F-gas decree, the part about the training, in order to have technicians that are able to handle correctly the new applications, that are able to put them efficiently into the market. This is very important to really get the F-gas regulation and the new legislation get their objective. And for this reason, I also thank Centro Studi Galileo, which since many years already is here in the field every day, training the technicians, certificating their skills, and providing the certificated technicians that we need. Thank you. Thank you.
Grazie. Ci sono domande?
So, in your production, how many compressors are with R290? How many are with traditional refrigerants at the moment?
It's a tough question because the production is not only new applications, but it's also refurbishing. It's a pure aftermarket refurbishing the application that are already in the market, and it is widely differentiated by region. Of course, EMEA, we know that is a region at the forefront of these tendencies, and other regions are way at the back front, so they are late in this. But let's say that up to 70% in the most modern regions is with hydrocarbons.
Okay. Alessandro Denetti, the floor is yours.
I will speak in Italian, I am more efficient. Hello to everybody. I want to speak about R454C and how it can be implemented on the applications on the heat pumps. The R5RO is a refrigerant with 2L with a GWP under 150. The F-gas, many speakers has talked about it. So the quota of the F-gas is the question which is separate. The quotas are consumed by the HFCs because it's all for the phase out of the HFCs. So when we are talking of refrigerants, for example, 452, which is a blend of HFC and HFO, it's important because it's not consumed on the quota. So theoretically, according to the F-gas, after 2050, according to the F-gas regulation, it can be used, excepting if there will be a banning, and so because the ban will act on one of the components, so it was not clear for everybody. So, as is said by other speakers, the F-gas regulation, and as an input in here on the table, we tried to summarize the different prohibitions and the use that can be applied on the different application. And the general rule is that from a certain point it will be forbidden for some gas, for some uses, and for other ones it will be still extended the use. So mostly what had to be considered is the GWP, and so we have to see in detail which refrigerant can be used. So the 454C for heat pumps. Who has already studied the F-gases knows that the use of the heat pumps with power in less than 12 kilowatt, so there will be a ban sooner or later. And so, as I have told, in many bans there can be exceptions, safety requirements or some needs, and so if we can apply derogations, and we have many discussions to understand which are the exemptions, but this is what has been announced by the F-gas regulation. So, for example, where the refrigerants can be used, maybe the 454C will be allowed to use. Example, in Italy, where it is forbidden to use flammable refrigerants, so for example in public buildings, the 2L are compared to the A1, so the lower flammability of the A2L and no flammable A1 are allowed in every building by following an standard. So I don't want to enter detail and have a discussion regarding these. So this is a process, ongoing process, and it's evolution. There is an evolution, and of course, who is following the evolution of this process will observe that sometimes there is an issue, a release. So some release. This one that is environment program of the nation, which declares that is focused, it's reinforced the position of TFA, and it says it's not biocumulative, and so sometimes it says, and it publishes some papers. So let's say the use of 454C, the efficiency project. So it's a very valid solution. It's because the heat pumps, as we know, are growing constantly, and there will be used every day more in the new houses and the reconstructions. For example, if we have normal heaters in the house, and we will have a paving, radiant paving, and we can use lower temperatures, done also in the restructuration. So rebuildings, we can reach efficiencies with higher temperature that are requested. So the COP capacity is granting a better performance, and the project scope and issued by the Fraunhofer Institute has taken an existing heat pumps that was issued for 407C, and then we made some steps of optimization, very easy, and to see till which point of optimization we could go. So we don't go into the detail for the different steps. For the drop-in, just changing the refrigerant, then a compressor that is special manufactured for the 454C, then adapted the superheat control, and then we modified by an optimized 45C. So this has been done with laboratory tests and simulation software that is indicated here. So these are the results. On the left table, we see step by step the measurements and the all the operations that have been done, and so the improvements that have been obtained, and so measured and calculated, and so on COP and capacity. So in the light lines, we have the important figure, which is calculated with the use and the inserting of inserting exchanger versus a pump without, and you see on the left what can be the results. So these are high ranges, of course, the temperature and external temperature. And so if you are interested, we can exchange the data, and these are the results we can reach. So for this project, we can summarize that if we start from heat pump, we can implement the same heat pump with refrigerants, with the complying with the gas standards, and we can have good improvements. For example, with the 4.5C is a high-performing refrigerant, because the cost of to conclude, the point that we want is that this refrigerant is easily implemented for all heat pumps, powers, and so we can transform from A1 to A2LL. So these can be performed very easily, and we can obtain a range of products which are have safety standards according to the standards of A1. And this concept is the invitation to switch as soon as possible. This has already been said before, and the switch as soon as possible to lower GWP refrigerants, because we talked about bans and prohibitions, but the quota will be very important, and it's already happening, and we are starting to be aware now. If we use the refrigerants with high GWP, we use quota, and very soon there will be currency, an insufficiency of the refrigerant. Thank you. I have one question regarding the temperature level of the heat pump. There are different. The heat pump is air to water, and so according to external temperature, we made. I don't remember all the different. So the environmental part and the water. When you see it's the figures are depending according to the two exchangers, and so it will provide different results. No, I am sincere. I didn't know that the HFO were out of the quota of the phase down. But the HFO pure are used in which application? On all there is XF, which is pure molecule, which is inside, and so it's the X, and there are figures of economical aspect. There are other refrigerants which are not produced by my company, pure refrigerants which are used zeta E, and for example in the for the chillers, zeta A 4A, 134A, and these are the two, these two, XF and ZE. Thank you.
Luve.
Dario De Murtas from Luve. CO2 gas coolers, tips for a correct selection.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Marco, for your introduction, and thanks everybody for being here. So, as you can see, I'm gonna hold this presentation regarding CO2 gas cooler, giving hopefully some good tips for a correct selection and for good plant design. CO2 is nowadays almost the standard, at least for big supermarkets in Europe. The technology is moving from the old HFCs to CO2, and this is, as general feeling, this is bringing an increase in the annual cost for the refrigeration plant. So this may arise some bad talks about natural refrigerants and CO2 in particular, and so we wonder, okay, but is really CO2 fault? Is the problem is really the use of a natural refrigerant? And so we are going to try to answer the question through this presentation. Here you can see the agenda, but let's start with a quick introduction about CO2. Refrigeration technology was born at the beginning of the last century with natural refrigerants, ammonia, CO2. Then, thanks to the development of the industry, of the chemical industry, the use of natural refrigerant almost disappeared. Then, in the recent years, due to we have heard a lot of the new regulation. The push is again to develop systems using CO2, which is, as you know, a non-flammable and non-toxic fluid. Which are the main features of CO2 as a refrigerant? Very quickly, in principle, CO2 brings the need to operate at much higher pressure compared to a traditional HFC plant. It means that the heat rejection typically need to occur at transcritical pressure. Transcritical pressure means that we lose the relation between temperature and pressure, so we have to apply a new logic to control the coupling between these two variables. While for subcritical cycles it's not so, because in principle through a saturation table we already had the link between pressure and temperature. So to get into practical details about gas coolers, in principle, on literature we can find a lot of formulas relation to help find this best efficient link between pressure and temperature, and here you can see on the graph a representation of the points of CO2 at the outlet of gas cooler, which maximizes the COP, so the efficiency of the plant. So very practically how the system works, how the gas cooler is regulated. In principle, the fan speed is controlled to reduce to minimum the delta T of approach. It means the difference between the CO2 outlet temperature from the gas cooler and the air temperature. And the pressure is, by consequence, controlled to keep the operating point close to the this red line that we see on the graph. That is the line identifying the points with the best efficiency. So, how do we usually size the heat exchanger to reject it into the environment? In principle, let's consider a very simple refrigeration plant with a constant cooling capacity during the year. We know compressor work and heat rejection is increasing with ambient temperature. So when we deal with condensers, in principle, we have a very simple sizing criterion based on delta T, so based on the difference between the condensing temperature and the air temperature. And what we see is that the size of this condenser, of the heat exchanger, is increasing as the ambient temperature increases. When we are dealing with transcritical cycle, on the contrary, the situation is much more complex, because we have the system which is running for part of the year as a subcritical cycle. So in principle, we can apply the same logic to design the outdoor heat exchangers. While we have also part of the year when the temperature are above the critical point, in which the heat exchanger is no more a real condenser, it's a so-called gas cooler. And in this case, we see that due to the thermophysical properties of CO2, and later we will have a focus on this, the size of the heat exchanger reduces with temperature. So in principle, we find that the size of the heat exchanger needed is maximized for temperatures more or less close to the critical point. So, which are the consequences of this? In principle, what happens when we have a gas cooler designed to operate at 40 degrees, working at 30 degrees? In principle, we have a gap of capacity because as we see that the size of the heat exchanger has a strange behavior. So in principle, we have the situation in which the gas cooler is not able to reject all the heat with the design working condition. But for example, the delta T of approach has to rise to 3K compared to a 2K value considered during the design. So increase of CO2 outlet temperature from the gas cooler, increase by consequence of operating pressure to follow the optimization line, and thus we have a decrease in terms of efficiency and COP. So let's try to understand why is it so with a very quick thermodynamic focus. Here we have the CO2 pH diagram with the two-phase dome and with some of the isothermal lines. And we see marked in red two horizontal lines, one at 90 bar and the second one at 82 bars, representing the heat rejection process occurring inside the gas cooler. And okay, the total length of the lines is similar, but what we see is that the length of each subsegment that identify the part of the heat that is transferred within certain values of temperature is different between 90 and 82 bars. And in particular, we see that going down with pressure, so approaching the two-phase dome, the quantity of energy that the gas cooler has to transfer with a very limited delta T, so with a very limited temperature difference between the CO2 and air, is much increased. So it means that since this delta T is the driver of the heat transfer, it's almost it's clear why reducing the pressure we need bigger gas coolers. This is more or less the same concept, just explained with with a different graph. But you see that moving down with pressure, the amount of energy which has to be transferred with a limited delta T is increasing. This seems quite, let's say, simple, but at the end, what we find in the market is that many times this rule is not known, or at least is not followed, because we have also many manufacturers of heat exchanger and gas coolers in particular who are declaring in principle constant capacity with different pressures. Why? We already said that this is not possible, and so we can face also significant gaps, in particular at certain pressure values. So it's really important to verify different operating conditions and evaluate always the declared and evaluate the coherence of the declared data. Let me say, commenting also what we heard in the previous presentation. This is, in my opinion, one of the biggest issue concerning CO2. This fluid is more complex. This fluid has to be carefully handled, but if we know how to handle it, then we can really reach good efficiencies. And just a very quick indication, we have also EEvent association, which is giving some good tips. For example, here I have reported the table that is public, so everyone can access it through their website, giving exactly what I was talking about. So giving the deviation between, let's say, some standard in terms of capacity between different standard conditions. So in particular, it's interesting to verify how the performance is supposed to be at 80 bar compared to the same gas cooler operating at 90 bar. So just to conclude, we wondered what happens when we have this kind of situation. So if the gas cooler is not currently sized, We analyzed a very simple case study, so a supermarket in the area of Milan, and we performed some simulation with some of our tool developed by our R&D. In principle, here we have on the slide two different graphs. The one of the left is representing the main variables of a gas cooler which is currently designed. On the sides, on the contrary, we have the same plant, but considering an overestimation of capacity of the gas cooler equal to 25%. Apparently no differences, but at the end, we giving a look into details, we see that the operating pressure of the system on the right side is always a little bit higher, around about 4 bars in this case. Why? Because we already said that if the gas cooler is not performing correctly, then the outlet temperature has to rise, and then the pressure has to rise, and by consequence also the efficiency of the plant is reducing. So just trying to give some numbers. Okay, in this case we have also a quite significant difference in terms of annual cost that may bring to, let's say, very limited payback time if the system is correctly designed with the correct size of all the components, and in particular the gas coolers. So coming back to our supermarkets and the question that started it all, we wonder, is it really true that CO2 is the cause of the increase in operating costs? And I think that the answer is now clear. CO2 systems are more complex, are difficult to be handled, but it's really important also due to this complexity that we design the components in the right way, and if we do so, at the end the efficiency is good and the operation of the system is totally reliable. So thank you very much for attending.
Bene. Domande?
Grazie della presentazione, è un tema che mi tocca affrontare tutti i giorni. Già con
This theme I have to face it every day, so with 20 degrees some safety valves are collapsing. So the problem effectively is not only in this particular case of the installer, but mainly of the manufacturer. Even the best manufacturers are making these kind of errors on the market, and this is creating some problem. And this is a comment. The second is a question regarding it's good that you are talking about this issue and you draw the attention on this problem, but the right problem is understand why this, which has the impact on the cost of the appliance of the installation. So the typical environmental conditions has higher costs for. So it is important that we draw the attention and talk a lot about this. Yes, I completely agree with you, and but unfortunately we know that the market is a jungle because there are so many changes on the regulations and on the products. So many people are trying to take advantage of this situation, this troubled situation, and the evolution of the prices and the costs, and so the CO2 use has higher costs. So we are trying to save, adopting a project design which just looking at the money will bring higher costs of working costs. So which would compense highly the increase of the costs for the original appliance. Yes, there is also the problem of the standardization. Of course, it's a theme that we have to face on the right places. We can talk about the we can talk in the right place, and but we have to standardize this kind of approach. So in the compressors we have a standard how to test them, and we have to exactly examine how we can select a product according to all the conditions, but there is a lot of work to be done. I would like these to be granted with an ISO or EN chart, because yes, this is important, but the manufacturers of this kind of components, there are no many of them, no many manufacturers, and the best of them don't think in the same way as we are thinking. So, of course, I share your opinion, but it's not easy. It's not an easy world. It's a jungle, and we are trying to push everybody in the same direction. And let's hope for a good path in the future. So I will ask Marco Buoni to conclude this afternoon with his end comments. I want to thank everybody, and so there is a cocktail right now in the room here, or you have to go around, and there is a room. We can drink something all together, and we can share some opinions after this important day. Today, Professor Masuero was the moderator, and thank you very much for helping us for moderating this meeting today afternoon. It was a good mix of regulations, and we have Ministry of Environment and the European Commission, and some issues that we didn't know, so we are very happy about that. And then also the part of the refrigerants, which will be the future refrigerants. So we have had many issues. We talked about cost and efficiency, and obviously we have to work a lot. Russell told it, there is a lot of work that we have to do, and Lepe also told us that we have to work all together, all the associations, all the different stages of the conditioning, refrigeration and user, installer, distributor, manufacturer, and the refrigerant producer. All they have to work a lot and all together. So we are on the way, and we have to go on all together. It's and to me, and we have to have the training and the certification. I remember you tomorrow. It's also important meeting. We will talk about the systems, the plants, the new and existing. We have EIR and EEvent, you are from Africa, and Asoclima, and the manufacturer Danfoss, Wigham, and Rivercold and Bitzer. So thank you everybody for having been with us today, and we meet tomorrow. Thank you. Hello everybody, and Ennio Macchi is of the Engineering University of Milano, and he will be the moderator today. And it's 40 years that we are performing meetings at the engineering faculty in Milan. And so we are very grateful to Professor Macchi to be here with us, so we may start with the session. Okay, you, Mr. Macchi, you have the floor. Thank you. Welcome to everybody. The session of today is very interesting, and as a coordinator I could examine the slides in beforehand, and there are presentations who can really give a very significant framework in the world of the refrigeration and the heat pumps. And we will start immediately with the first presentation and of the president of the International Institute of Cold, Joseph Alouche. You have the floor.
Titolo della presentazione non l'ho detto: Global Challenges of the Refrigeration Sector.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First, I would like to start by saying thank you very much for Centro Studi Galileo for the invitation, but also for the hospitality. My name is Jos Alouche. I'm Associate Professor of Refrigeration at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, and also the incoming Director of the International Institute of Refrigeration. So we are not an association, we are an intergovernmental organization. I'm happy to be here today speaking about the global challenges of the refrigeration sector. Okay, I'm going to speak those ones. So yes, global challenges, and I do believe that we are all aware about the global challenge, which is associated to extreme heat and living in a warming world. All of us have experienced summer 2023, the hottest summer since 1880. India, for example, could become one of the first places who are experiencing heat waves well across the survivability of limits. So it's not only about extreme heats, it's also about the heat wave duration, the heat wave frequency, and all these are directly associated to the global average carbon dioxide concentration which is now about 420 ppm, so well above the boundary of 350 ppm. So adding to that, an increasing growth of population. India, for example, again, has the largest population in the world today, and is expected to become 1.5 billion by 2030. Sub-Saharan Africa, the population there is expected to double by 2050. So all these people need to have or have right to access to safe and quality food and health utilities. Food is there, but a large amount of it is getting wasted or lost because of the limited application of cold chains. The IIR, we are estimating 12% of global food is lost due to the lack of cold chain. So finding ways to recover, try to save this food by the proper implementation of cold chains would be much more beneficial than trying to recover this through a massive production. So we need to recognize that cooling today is no more a luxury. Cooling is a critical infrastructure as vital as potable water, for example. However, cooling has associated emissions. So the IIR estimates that the refrigeration sector consumes 20% of the global electricity demand. So, and we are estimating this to double by 2050. And what we mean here by refrigeration is from cryogenics to heat pumps application. The IIR also estimates that the implementation of an improved cold chain, and what we mean here by an improved cold chain is an increase in bringing the level of the cold chains in the developing countries to the level of the cold chains in the developed countries through an increased performance and also the number of refrigeration equipment, of course using low GWP per capita. So adopting improved cold chains, we are estimating that this would reduce the global food losses by 55%, and this directly reduces the global emissions by more than 47%. So there are two big goals that we are striving for, and we are all aware about this, is the reduction of direct and indirect emissions. So reducing the indirect emissions through reducing the cooling demand, and here I'm presenting an example for comfort cooling, but also enhancing the energy efficiency of the equipment and reducing the direct emission of the sector through the appropriate selection of low GWP refrigerants. In terms of passive cooling, so this consists on reducing the cooling demand while achieving the required thermal comfort for people. Solutions are needed, like for example, good specifications of doors, windows, a good urban designs, orientation, natural ventilation, a very improved insulation. And those techniques are existing, so it's only about adopting them, promoting them, reinforcing them as part of building energy codes that need to be clearly adopted by governments as a regulatory instrument. It is reported that, and sorry I'm missing here the reference, though this comes from the Global Cooling report that IR has co-authored with the Cool Coalition for the Global Cooling Pledge announced at COP28. They are estimating that adopting this passive cooling technology would reduce demand for cooling by 24% and saving capital costs by up to $3 trillion. And consequently reducing the emission by up to 1.3 billion tons CO2 equivalent by 2050. In terms of energy efficiency, so again the IR estimates that the emissions coming from the refrigeration sector, 63% are associated to indirect emissions, so related to the energy consumption of the equipment, and 37% are related to the direct emissions, so leakage, refrigerant leakage. So energy efficiency relates to the fact that we are achieving the objectives or even higher or better performance of the system while using less energy, so doing more with less. And this has many benefits in terms of course, energy savings, so this means lower environmental impact. Also, energy security, because we are making this energy available for other utilities. Of course, reducing energy costs, so less pressure on the grid, increased economy, competitiveness, and consequently, increasing job creation. Energy efficiency. So it's measured, we know, all of us, the indicator is the coefficient of performance, and the Carnot COP is related to the maximum performance that we can take out of the system. It's measured, it consists of the ratio of useful cooling provided to work required, but also can be calculated through the temperature relationship applying the first law of thermodynamics. It's reported here that for every 1 Kelvin increase in ambient temperature, the COP decreases by up to 2.5%. So this is very important to consider. So it's very important to know that energy efficiency is not only about mitigating the emissions, it's also about adaptation. We all know that our systems are designed to operate at a maximum ambient temperature. An example for the UK in the past, this might have been done around 30 degrees, but we need to recognize that within the current climate context and the global warming, so the set temperature needs to be revised probably up to 40 degrees Celsius. If we are not adapting our systems, this can have a significant impact of operation, like greater energy consumption, increased carbon emissions,
we are not able to meet the cooling capacities. And of course, since systems are not designed to work within this high ambient, under these operating conditions, then we can have some potential issues with the components. This can lead to more breakdowns, failures, of course, less resilience, and of course, if higher humidities are introduced, then greater need for defrosting, higher infiltration load, etc. So, energy efficiency, there are opportunities. I'm here citing few examples. Heat recovery is important, and this represents, for example, one of the best, So one of the best, let's say, benefits for using CO2 transcritical systems, thermal energy storage by peak shaving and making energy available for a later use, the use of renewables, the selection of appropriate equipment type, for example, for compressors, using the variable speed compressor, applying frequency inverters to adapt to the cooling demand, applying control strategy to maximize efficiency, and of course, regular checks and maintenance of our system. We need to recognize there are some barriers, information barriers, and users have limited access to information sometimes. We need some incentives to have access to this equipment. There are some barriers associated to the behavioral aspects, also a lack of awareness about the maintenance regime, for example. Some governance barriers. We need to recognize that our policymakers have, and this is normal, limited knowledge about the resources and the potential improvements. So we need to do some interventions for a rapid phase-out of inefficient equipment. We need regulation to be put in place. We need to stop dumping inefficient equipment from some developing countries to developed countries. We need to make incentive available also for people to adopt energy-efficient equipment. So the last aspect is about refrigerant. We are all aware about the noble Kigali Amendment, or the noble cause the Kigali Amendment is striving for. So it's about phasing out HFCs for Article 2 and Article 5 countries, but with different timescales. We need to recognize that we need to be much more ambitious than that in order to have a faster rate of HFC phase down. We need to be to claim that here in Europe we are proud that we are raising the flag. So we are the first speaking about a carbon neutral continent. The F-gas 3, it shows it. We are speaking about the total phase out. There are other proposals like REACH on P-phase. So it's very important to recognize that we need to have a rapid uptake of ultra-low GWP technologies. Training is very important to make people first aware about the necessity to adopt natural refrigerants and low GWP refrigerants. Yes, and this is my two last slides, just showing a map here about of the world, showing where maps are applied, countries signing the Kigali Amendment, the BECS are applied, and it has been. We claim that if all these measures are implemented successfully, then this can lead to the reduction of the emission of the sector by more than 60% in 2050. My last slide is about conclusions, climate actions through commitments on the phase down of HFC, reducing the cooling demand, adopting low GWP refrigerant. We have done it for successfully through the Montreal Protocol for, and then here we can show some pictures about how the ozone layer is healing. So yes, we can do it also for climate. We need also to recognize that Article 5 country needs a collaborative approach to support them in terms of knowledge, in terms of access to the technology to achieve the global transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Grazie. C'è qualche domanda da...
Thank you. Any question from the public? Raise your hand.
Was this your opinion about a practice that is done quite often in developing countries, which is retrofit of refrigerants? Maybe sometimes the refrigerant is not available in some developing countries, and they use other refrigerants, maybe like flammable refrigerant. So we have to be careful about that, yeah?
Yeah, we have to be careful about that, because when we speak about retrofit, you cannot retrofit, for example, a system which is using HFCs to, for example, easily to a system using natural refrigerants. For example, this is not possible for CO2. We know that, for example, CO2 systems, they are operating under high pressures, and then they require specific system designs. So retrofit needs to be carefully done with specialists. But the problem is, again, about damping. Yeah, we are damping refrigerants, damping equipments, and this definitely need to be revised, and we need to be very careful about that.
Bene, grazie. Allora passiamo al secondo intervento che sarà tenuto dal...
Okay, we go to the second speech. The title is The Role of the Industry in the Proper Implementation of the New F-Gas Regulations.
Good morning, thank you for being here. Thanks Centro Studi Galileo for organizing, as always, this great event. So we are going to elaborate on which is the role of the industry in the implementation of the new F-gas, the F-gas 3, as just mentioned. Before we start, what do we mean for industry? Industry for EEvent means manufacturers as well as national associations in Europe representing other manufacturers. So altogether, national associations and industry are at the center of our activity. As just mentioned, I am the Secretary General of EEvent, and so very briefly I will present EEvent and then we'll go to the core of the discussion. So EEvent has been founded in 1958, so quite some years ago. In our membership, we represent 25 European countries. We have 16 leading associations, national association member of EEvent. We represent a total turnover of 30 plus billion euro, over 150,000 employees as a direct system of our direct employees of our members, and we also represent 101 direct manufacturers, so those that are really around our table and participating in our activities. Yeah, the F-gas has been published recently on the 20th of February. It's a fact. There is no more space for discussion. We have to deal with it. We will deal with it. And indeed, what in my opinion is really important to consider is the new 2024 rules, so how the HFCs will be phased out by 2050. It's clear the intention of this Commission was and resulted in a very challenging regulation phasing out HFCs by 2050. This regulation, of course, has also a lot of other provisions, including ban for the use of refrigerants in different equipment, which are currently under proper assessment and discussion. But what is really important is this phase-out line, because we can consider many other points, the bans, but without the availability of refrigerants, that is the point. The crucial point is the availability of refrigerants. So, which is the role of the industry? So, which is still the role of EEvent in this discussion? We have accompanied all the review process, and of course, the final F-gas is quite different than the original proposal which was presented by the Commission. We supported and we support the European Commission, the member of the Parliament and the Council. We had something like 50 different meetings with the Commission of the member of the Parliaments, or the national representatives in the European Council. And again, this is why it's really crucial to represent the industry by considering also the national European associations. And we provide, of course, all these policymakers with the position of the industry. Just to give you some figure, only 2022, 2023, we set up a dedicated task force within EEvent, the task force F-gas. Only in 1 year, 2022, 2023, this task force met 12 times, one face-to-face and all the other times remotely in 2022. 2023 till May 2023, 5 times. But also, in this year, we provided policymakers with 13 different official positions of the industry. So our role is not to say no to everything. Our role is to support and try to come up with something that is sustainable, in line with the goal that the Commission wants to achieve, but also sustainable for the industry. There cannot be any kind of sustainability if this is not sustainable for the industry. That's a very important point. But again, F-gas, it's a reality. So what we are currently doing and we will do in the next months, we're working on a proper industry interpretation of the text, because many points are not so clear. Many points are to be further assessed. Something like, just an example, the national safety requirements that are considered in the text, in the approved text of the regulation, because it's not so easy to assess these requirements. And this provision could also result in the end of the European single market. So, based on, indeed, our membership, so the national associations belonging to EEvent, we are working on a proper inventory of the national safety requirements. We already received the feedback from many leading countries, Portugal, Denmark, Italy, Norway, France, and many others to come, because it's really important to provide the industry with a proper understanding of which are these requirements, and so a proper implementation of what is in the text of the Commission, of the regulation. And the last point, but is not a minor point, what within EEvent we have done, and we are still doing, is try to provide the policymakers with only one industry voice or position, which means, also thanks to the support of Steve, our colleague from the other side of the ocean, we provided many interpretations or many positions which were not only the EEvent position, were the position of the leading European and non-European association. Try to support and clarify that the industry on this really relevant topic has only one voice. And we have to keep working on this on only one voice. In these days, we are assessing what the area, so the European Installer Association is providing to the Commission. Many of the inputs are very valid. Some of the draft inputs are under assessment by our members, because indeed we want to have only one position. So the role of the industry, all in all, is to support policymakers, support a proper implementation, and possibly with only one voice, only one harmonized voice across Europe. Thank you.
Grazie. Qualche domanda?
Thank you. Any question? I have one. When we are going to a low GWP, there is a problem of which fluid we will choose as a performance test for all the associates. Did you already decide something? Which refrigerant you are supporting?
We don't want and we don't have to indicate any choice for our manufacturers. They are free to choose if they want to keep using something until it's possible, if they want to move to low, ultra-low GWP refrigerants. It's up to our manufacturer. We don't make any choice. We want to be as neutral as possible because, of course, this is part of the competitivity of a manufacturer. It's a part of the competitivity of the industry. So it's up to them to choose. Of course, as an association which was quite properly involved in the process, our role is to say you can do whatever you want as far as it is within the lines of the provision of the text, as far as it is in line with the regulation. But it is not up to us to choose one or another refrigerant.
Grazie. Qualche altra domanda?
Any other question? Okay, thank you. And we go to the third presentation. Engineer Jurek, the latest developments in sustainability.
Good morning. And thank you, Marco, for inviting me again to present. And I have a little bit of a different presentation today, and I think it's kind of going to talk really to the members of the industry that are in this room, as well as those that are working as NGOs or as governmental regulators, and really talking about where we are as an industry and what we can do to help with sustainability. Very quickly, AHRI is a trade association very similar to EEvent. We just represent the manufacturers. We're also a standards developer certification program and advocate for the industry. We also are based in North America, but we have offices, as you can see, all around the world where we are serving the industry and our members in those different areas. What I want to talk about is I don't think we take enough credit as an industry on what we have done as an industry as it relates to environmental stewardship. For the last decades, we have worked tirelessly in developing products that are cleaner, use less energy, and have the lowest emissions possible. Not just looking at it, efficiency here in the EU, the US, and other places has increased by over 50%, and it actually says 30 years, it's actually over the last 15 to 20 years. We've gone through 3 refrigerant transitions to help reduce the impact on the climate and the environment, having to redesign our products each time to make sure that they meet those new climate goals. In the US, we created back in the 70s, because of the energy crisis, which was a national security issue in the US, the first energy efficiency regulations on our type of equipment as well as other household appliances. The Kigali Amendment was the industry's idea. It was not the idea of NGOs or governments or everything else. The industry said, we committed on the Montreal Protocol with ozone depleting substances. We're going to do the same thing as we look at high GWP refrigerants and moving away from them. So nobody should really question the commitment of this industry to environmental stewardship. At the same time, we have the challenges of a sustainability. Everybody wants a clean environment. Everybody wants affordable, reliable, efficient heating, cooling, refrigeration, and water heating equipment. Everybody wants cheap energy, safe, available to everyone. And I think the thing we need to also recognize is that heating, cooling, water heating, refrigeration are not luxuries. They're necessities for everyone, for productivity, for health, for medicines, for the food chain, for all of that. And so we need to understand we're not dealing with luxuries, but necessities. So the challenge is, how do we make this work? We have all these desires, and how can we put them into a coherent, successful policy that the end users, the customers that we're selling the ultimate products to, be they commercial customers or homeowners or business owners and hospitals, what they can accept and what they can afford. Too often in the United States and Europe, environmental policy is developed in what I call a giant echo chamber by people with little or no economic experience, and that will bear few, if any, of the consequences of the policies they enact. They don't understand trade-offs, either good or bad. They don't understand cause and effect. And to do this, it is actually becoming a detriment not only to them and not only to the environment, but to this industry because of the uncertainty this has created. We don't know what to manufacture. We don't know what timelines are there. We've already seen that happen in Italy, the Netherlands, Germany, Argentina, the United States, where there's political upheaval because of the reaction of some of these policies and the way they're being implemented. And I'm sure others will follow. And here's why. Those policies are well-meaning, but they're unworkable because they left out looking at the impact on consumers, who will bear the brunt of the changes, which can be quite costly. We see this again in the United States. California is already getting pushback related to some of their regulations and have measures on their ballots that are going to be pulling back potentially some of these policies they enacted. President Biden himself and the Department of Energy and EPA is backing away from the mandates on electric vehicles and other things, as well as a ban on gas for residential appliances. In Europe, you're seeing the same thing in the UK. In Germany, related to boilers, where there was commitment and there's now stepping back. Same thing with EVs. This is continuing, and the reason, again, is there's a disconnect between the policy and the market. Why are consumers upset? In the United States, between 55 and 63% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. 57% have less than $1,000 for emergency responses. Our equipment, being necessities, usually is not a planned replacement. It is because of an emergency. They have no cooling, they have no heating, they have no hot water. They're not having the ability or the luxury to sit there and plan and say, I'm going to replace my current boiler with a heat pump or other things and be able to afford it. In a survey that was done, 61% would oppose climate change mitigation efforts if it costs them personally only $10 a month. We've seen this also in Europe in a recent survey that was done, where 50% of the Europeans have said they oppose paying more for fuel just for environmental purposes. You're seeing the same thing with efficiency and other things. So again, recognizing that disconnect between the market and where the policies are driving. And all of this creates a situation where the sustainability efforts are not sustainable. To be successful, environmental policies must be attainable, not aspirational. They must be economically justified, and they must be based on sound assessment of current and future needs, supplies, demands, and where the market is. If policies do not meet those criteria, what do we see? And this again impacts the industry. Backtracking, confusion, uncertainty, and political turmoil. Two examples, unintended consequences. I'm going to take on the F-gas since that's been a conversation here. Was meant to show the EU as a leader in emissions reductions. But it did not take into account that Europe needs to transition to heat pumps for national security and energy security purposes. It did not, the side benefit is environmental. The main reason is national security. And the potential unintended consequences are, by doing this and accelerating beyond what was required by the Kigali Amendment, they're diverting limited R&D to the development of better, more efficient heat pumps that are more affordable for consumers, to transitioning to another refrigerant and dealing with all that and focusing on it. And it's provided political gains and messaging for those that can exploit that consumer anger. And you're seeing that, you're going to see it in the EU elections for the parliament this coming spring. In the US, something very similar. The government went much more aggressive than they should have. They increased efficiency by 30% in one step. That impact created consumers to not replace their equipment, but repair really old, very inefficient equipment, or replace central systems with window air conditioners. None of them delivering the environmental or energy benefits that were necessary. So we need to understand what those unintended consequences are. Where are we? Aspiration is good. This is where we want to go, 2050, setting those targets, that's good. But doing policy by aspiration can be bad. I think we all agree sustainability is good, but sustainability that is not sustainable is bad. And I think we need to understand that half a loaf, 3/4 of a loaf, is better than no loaf at all. So, as an industry, I think we're committed that sustainability can be achieved, but it must be realistic, incremental, and intelligently planned. One step forward and 2 steps back does not work. Banning nuclear power and then buying more coal from the U.S. to increasing emissions makes no sense at all. And ignoring the needs and wants of consumers is a recipe for disaster. What can we do as an industry? We can promote our experience and expertise. We have a proven record of our commitment to energy efficiency and environmental stewardship. We've been through 3 highly successful refrigerant transitions. We know the market and we know our customers, what they like, what they don't like, and what they can afford and what they can't. Incremental steps are very effective. And as we've seen, when you take too big of steps, it actually goes backwards. So, my concluding remarks are, we have the solutions. Go around the floor. We have the solutions. But the market, the consumers and the contractors must be sold on those solutions. But because for most of them, their first thought is cost, followed by comfort, safety, health, whatever they're buying the technology for. And the last thing they're thinking about is environment. And so we need to understand that as an industry, help regulators understand that so that we can meet those 2050 goals. And we did that with the Montreal Protocol with ozone depleting substances, and we can do it with these other things, but we need to do it in a realistic way. So that's my message, that's my commitment, and I think we all are here to get it. Thank you.
Grazie. Penso che questa presentazione...
Thank you. I think that this presentation can stimulate some demands from the public.
Presidente dell'Unione.
I am Madi Sakande, and according to me, I completely share what has been said. I know that I will speak also after him. I will have the floor. We have to understand which are the priorities. What has been said, according to my point of view, is very important, because my grandmother said, two consideration, either you are too angry or you're too happy, and we have to be careful that if you have an iceberg falling on your head, that's not a good solution if you have too much heat. So
Steve, thank
Grazie. C'era qualche altro? Prego.
Good morning, Alfredo Oliveira from Portugal, Ashwai Refrigeration Chair. Just want to saw your insights, Jurek. You said that it's not being followed, need to check. Most priority is price, otherwise people will not buy or change or replace. Security, comfort, all that goes on and on and on. And you stated before, and very well, that Kigali Amendment was an industry pact. So the 3 major continents made that pact. With those concerns, with that constraints, will they be all together in the timing that was decided? That's a huge cue.
I think the industry is committed to the Kigali step-downs, and the reason we agreed to those in those levels was because we knew that we were able to do it, just like we did with the original Montreal Protocol and ozone-depleting substances. To excel we're just learning how to use A2L, flammable type refrigerants, and a lot of, the fields are starting to get to know it. Products are out there and available to accelerate at the beginning and move now to A3s and other refrigerants. One is not what the industry committed to, and two, the market isn't ready for it yet because you don't have the technicians, you don't have the codes, you don't have the building inspectors and others there that can to really implement that. And so, yes, we're committed. Yes, we're going to make the dates not only in the Article Europe, U.S., and others, but also in the Article 5 countries. But we need to do it together like we did with the Montreal Protocol and not try to one-up each other and say, yes, we're doing more and everything else. The industry made that commitment, and the industry will deliver.
Okay, l'ultima domanda, signor.
Thank you. I'm Mike Flagg, Innovation Specialist in Australia and New Zealand. And so, our industry in that country is very similar to the USA. And even though the governments in those countries are very green-orientated and follow very closely the direction and of the Europeans, but the infrastructure of air conditioning, which is very essential, as you say, in these countries, is basically different, very different than the European market. And thus I see that implementing the change to R290, which is a tsunami coming through, and we see that in this exhibition, that other countries apart from the infrastructure in Europe is not ready to adopt that. Firstly, because of the carbon footprint of the manufacturing of a unit per kilowatt rooftop package, to replace a rooftop package with a reverse cycle chiller or heat pump with its infrastructure of air handling units, has got a far greater carbon footprint to make, as well as the economic impact to the consumer and the customer that has to have an ROI on that. We're not ready, and the training's not ready. I think I totally endorse with you. We are going that way, but we have to be controlled.
Grazie.
Thank you.
I think. Grazie. Come immaginavo la discussione su questa presentazione.
As I said, the discussion on this presentation has been quite intense. Next speech is from Madi Sakande.
Il titolo è Cooling Technicians 2.0.
Buongiorno a tutti. Good morning everyone.
Hello. I speak in Italian, so what will happen when the machines of the old cooling machine will be stopped for 10 days? What will happen if we switch off all the refrigerating machines in the world for 10 days? I would like to have some answers. Somebody can say, if we switch off all these machines for 10 days, what will happen? Somebody can try to say an answer. Revolution, disaster, okay, apocalypse. It's true. I think it's true, because if you think that our modern world, we are here and we are talking with each other and we eat because the cold chain is working to eat. For the telecommunication, we need the cold. For the data center, we need to cool them. The pharmaceutical goods, all what is in the modern world, if we stopped all the machines for 10 days, the new world, the modern world is collapsing. But we are very few people to know that. So this is why we need a good answer. The modern world is supported by all these cooling machines. We are in this field and we know it, but what we said before, Stefan Jurek, or all the person who talked before me, they showed the problems. And these are the actors of the world, but they are also the victims. Why do we have to be the victims of the decision makers? And you see, we start from this is the technician. You see all the tools, and so. Now, some people said all the appliance, the instruments of refrigerators technician. So this was the mentality of the 1.0 cooling technician, but it has evolved. Now this is the modern technician. You can see all these instruments with he has to be very much skilled. He has to be an electrician. He knows about thermodynamics, about hydraulics, and it's a big amount of persons, and they must be skilled with a lot of technologies, different technologies. Thanks to these all these regulations that are decided linked to the environment, we have an opportunity, but we have to organize. We have to give priorities to our sector. The fact that we are the supporters of this world, and we are divided into different ways, but there is not an organization. So if I take the sector of biomedical sector, you have a doctor, there is a cardiologist, there are oculists, and what you have of the cooling technician, he has to have many skills, and he must be the doctor, he must be the nurse, he must be the cleaning person, he must manufacture the medicines. So he is a multitask person, and he gives the comfort to the patient, he gives the food to the patient, he saves the environment. He's a technician, fragorist technician, is also taking care of the environment. So we are undergoing new regulations. Why there is no consideration of the frigorist technician? Why there is not a register of all these technicians? Why we don't have national, international figure, national person, identity of a frigorist all over the world? So this is a specialist. It's very important, and he's the main person involved in this process, and there should be organized, because this is part of the changing, of the transition, which will bring respect of the technicians, and so the standards and the regulation would be possibly be applied. But what is lacking in the refrigeration world? Only the P is missing, but the refrigeration is working, and everything is so. Go and see where you put the refrigerators. The refrigerators are installed close to the heater, and so try to give a good education to the technician and to the end user. The end user is not informed about this, so we will give inflammable gases, and so. Now I am also informed in Zambia there have been two dead people because a fridge there has been filled with flammable gases, and so they are putting them in the new in the old fridge. We have to sensibilize our people, and it's not only training, but we have informed. We have let to understand people that there is something dangerous. So so we have to know how to work. The training is okay, but we must sensibilize people and let us know each other and let people know us. So a frigorist should go always with the same dress, like the white clothes of the doctors, and also the frigorist could be recognized with its profession, with his profession. If we all have the same dress, so they will recognize us as if we were a doctor, and so and we must different and recognize, and so we will have a honor to our profession. This will be a signal to the rest of the world, and the world will take us into account because, and if we add to the necessity of the client and the organizer of the sector, because we have a dressing code, professional patent, price list for different services. So it's for the maintenance and the repairing. So we must know the cost of his skill, and the technician must not be only a seller of the technical pieces, but we have also to pay for his skill training and for his capacity and his knowledge. So I stop here, and I stop here, but I think it is very important. I thank you for your time, and we have to think a lot, because we are very big victims from this idea that we have to save the environment for us and for the next generation. But if we go on like that, we will not be able to make children in the next generation. We will have no time for that. I want to announce that at the end of this meeting, UFIAC and Galileo Center will create an agreement of program for sensibilizing in Africa. If somebody wants to stay here, we are. I am representing 54 countries in Africa, and we are born in 2020. I am the humble president of 54 countries. We are trying to expand the cold chain all over, and we want to bring African technicians here in Italy for training, and we want to establish a cooperation. So, if there are questions. one question only. We cannot become more angry than what we are already angry, but we share completely what you said. Thank you. We are industrial technicians, and we are working for dryers, so these leakages of gas in closed rooms, and there are times and difficulties, and we would like to be taken into account.
Thank you very much, Madi, for your insights and very interactive speech, I would say. I have a question and of course I salute this collaboration you have, U3ARC, with Centro Studi Galileo, when it comes to training people, African technicians here in Italy. Is my understanding correct? So you are bringing technicians from Africa here to train. Yes. So my question is, wouldn't it be more realistic? I'm asking about the practical way to do, not the content. To do the trainings in Africa and the real conditions, real environmental and infrastructure. So just to continue, because it's not only about infrastructure and conditions, it's also, we need to recognize that it's very difficult now to move people for problems with visa and so on. So I guess you are spending a lot of time dealing with that. So what do you think about that? Probably like putting efforts to establish like kind of center of excellence in Africa, regional one, where you bring people there and train them under real conditions. Because they are going to practice there, not here. So.
Okay, I'm going to repeat your questions because not only one. Yes, sure, we will make some trainings. We will do trainings in Africa and not in one country. As you know, Africa is very high. We are talking about 54 countries, different reality, and even the availability of tools and equipment to make training. We did 2 trainings last year, on the first one on May and the second one on November. Next May we will have another one here in Italy, but I'm thinking that the next one, even in our MOU, it will be more in Africa. And I'm pleased to inform you that I will already start activity with Tunisia to have the first African Center of Excellence in Tunisia. So I will be in Tunisia in the next couple of weeks to talk about this matter with the government of Tunisia. So don't worry. We already know how it's difficult to get people from Europe to here. I already experienced it. Those who helped me from Centro Studi Galileo to make it possible, we fight for more than 3 months to get a visa. Now this session we start since December to send the letter of invitation. Up to now, this evening, I received an email from the participant that they are still fighting to get an appointment to make the application for visa. So know this matters. Of course, we need to prepare their center in Africa. We don't have the centers with the right equipment, and then it will be suitable, and then we will even have more people to participate, because the training we made here, we had only very few people. We bring 20 people, after 22 people. The following one was supposed to be about 30, but I'm not sure because, of course, of the matter of visa, because some of them, unfortunately, don't receive a visa if between European countries, because we don't have Italian embassy everywhere. In some countries, not all Europeans are happy to get people coming to Italy for training. So in some countries where they have to go to the European other embassy to get the visa, they deny the visa. In Spain, in France, other country embassy, because they are coming to Italy. This is the reality. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Grazie ancora, passiamo alla prossima presentazione da parte di Assoclima.
Go to the next presentation, Engineer Marchesini. The title is Gas Regulation Review. The opportunity to further strengthen the contribution of heat pumps for the decarbonization. Hello to everybody. I'm sorry for my voice because I was in the fair speaking 2 days in the fair. I'm speaking of F-gas regulation, and that's what's happening here. I represent in 82 associates and 8,000 partners, 3 billion of turnover. So, what is the goal of the of our association? And the energy efficiency and decarbonization. Very often we are asking, but F-gas is, with all these regulation, are considered as a risk or a risk or an opportunity. I think it's an opportunity for all us. All the technological innovations are bringing improvements, and this will be also in the air conditioning and heating field. And we are all here. We have heard about the technician of the refrigeration. I don't represent any way the technicians of the cold, because I am representing technicians of the cold and the heating. And so in the before, in the past, we were only providing cold temperatures, but now we are getting into providing mostly heat. And so the F-gas regulation, I would like to start from the beginning. Each time there is a discussion about the regulations, the industry starts working, and from the first moment, the industry is very quickly. If you go into the fair, you see we are below, we are head on a jump, we are further than the request. When regulation is bringing some limits which is not reachable for the industry. In the beginning there were no the components to comply with the regulation. Now the regulation is foreseeing steps which are very strong, and regarding GVP anyway, probably very soon we will see that we overlapped it, because in these years of discussions where the gates were more, we were speaking mostly only with banning, and the industry has moved a lot with the components and the synergy and the refrigerant. So the important limits, we have seen them, and they are important mostly for the heat pump than for the chiller or just the cooling. The chiller is not a lot is changing, excepting the capacity under the 12 kilowatt. And regarding the heat pump, this limit of 750 GVP is a challenge, because most refrigerants are over these refrigerants. So somebody shouted, we will not be able to supply these the appliance if these limits are not moved. These limits are moved, but this is allowing the industry to cope with these exigencies. So which are the challenges. So I stop. These are the most important challenges, the biggest problem. So the export limitation is in industry. The HAC, the most important is the heating, and the export limitation, according to us, this is the biggest challenge in this limitation, is the export limitation. It says that when it will be asked to cope with a GVP limit, we will not be allowed to export products with a higher GVP. So this is limiting the Italian industry, because 55% of our production we are exporting it. So, but of these 55% that we're exporting, a big part of the market is covered by the European market. So I am agree with what said Madi. So I am speaking about the European regulation. On the other part, the potential fast restriction among the refrigerants we use, the possible restriction on the fast, and this would impact some refrigerants that have been used in replacement of the refrigerant 410. So these challenges are added. What are the opportunities? The opportunities are bigger for our sector. These are exceptional opportunities. So it's a transition, positive transition. So in our sector, we speak very often of heat pumps. The heat pump is surely, surely the most efficient machine that can reach the highest and biggest machines. It can allow us to reach the challenges 2050. Some days ago, the European Commission spoke about the CASA gain, and our challenge is something positive for the human being and for the industry. So I look at this very positively. Not only the heat pump is the most efficient product and to reach decarbonization levels, but also the less mature. In 30 years, I've seen such an evolution of the refrigerants, and each time a refrigerant was changed, the industry said, oh God, what are we going to do? America has not the same standard, the same possibility. They gave them more time. But I never saw industry stopping. I always said so that the industry is arriving as a first and is succeeding to cope with the regulations. For all the regulation that will be put, the components 2 years ago, when it was said of F-gas and constraints and bans and F-gas, we were not ready with the components. It didn't exist components per produce suitable heat pumps to use different refrigerants. Now they exist, and I invite you to go around in all the halls of the fair. You will see all over heat pumps with refrigerants that still have to be announced. And if 1 year ago we would have thought about presenting in Expo for these kind of machines and these kind of refrigerants, nobody would have believed it. I am just speaking of 1 year and a half ago. So we are speaking of heat pumps that will be more innovating and more efficient. And I have experience with compressors. The first compressor for some refrigerants, we said they are not born for this kind of refrigerant, but they can work with it. And it will not be very much efficient. They can work, but this is ready for the second step. The second step will be that the industry will study and design compressor that will be very performing for these refrigerants. Other opportunities. I spoke about TEWI. TEWI is a formula that we like very much, and probably the fact that in this fair you will see many heat pumps and we will see them equipped with propane is not the case, because if you look at the formula you see that the GWP is quoted 2 times, and so there is an incredible opportunity to reduce the total equivalent world impact is due linked to the refrigerants. If we will be able to use and sensibilize and train, of course I'm speaking only for Europe, sensibilize and train for the use of heat pumps with natural gases, we will obtain an incredible positive result with these heat pumps. And this is why you see a lot of natural gases and propane, of course, and with all fairs that are dictated by the ignorance of the product, which is involved in this product. But what I am amazed with is this involving the manufacturer and also the seller. We started with some very big quantities of propane for the domestic units. Now we are going into industrial units. Of course, it's necessary to have a good sensibilization and to have good training. Of course, in some European countries are better prepared for the natural gases. What is the opportunity? I think in Italy we have an excellence, and also we have 73% of the heat pumps are built in Italy. 1.3 billion is manufactured in Italy, so there is a good opportunity. And where is Italy very good is for the average and the medium. So from in 17 more than 17%, 17 kilowatt, we are high percentage, but we have to grow on the domestic product. It's not a classic Italian product. So when you hear that when we will have to eliminate the boilers and we have to go to a transition and the domestic translation, and we will not stop it, so the heat pump will enter into the market. So we will have an industrial pump for the less than and residential less than 17 kilowatt, and so we have many opportunities and challenges, and the Italian industry is happy to collect all the challenges. And so I thank you, and I invite you to visit the fair. So it's an optimistic message.
Just a remark. Our industry is not part of the problem, it's part of the solution. This must be clear to everyone. When we are talking about efficiency, innovation, indoor air quality, we are part of the solution. We are at the heart of the solution.
Thank you, Francesco, for these very important comments. In my opinion, very frequently we see this kind of industry as a problem. Honestly, not my company, my association used to say, we are on the good side of the coin. We are really on the good side of the coin. This is why I've never seen before an opportunity like today for this kind of industry. So my optimism and my positiveness comes from the fact that really I've never seen before an opportunity like today.
Grazie ancora. Allora...
One question. When I talk in the fair with some people, they talked about a solution for this sector to increase is to increase the price of the fossil fuels. I talk of my experience personally. The associations, I can be against the over incentive. I am an industrial. I think that the incentive has to be dosed. We are for a different incentive, stable. We need stability, clear and simplified, without 10 different types of incentives and less than what has been. I'm not for a higher price of the gas. We think that we have to all aim to a same goal, and there is a ratio that has to be kept, and if the rate of the electric and gas is closer to 2, and then we go to the right goal direction. So it's not important for us to say the gas must be more expensive. There must be a regulation that the ratio is closer to 2, and then we see it at the level of the continent. France, there is one heat pump according to, versus a boiler. In all countries we are close to 2. In Italy we are 1 to 10. So we are not asking to increase the price of the gas, and personally I say in Italy sometimes we are not rational when we say we have to go to an ecologic transition and to electrification, and so if we give an incentive for the gas, but we must have good sense of the reality.
Presentazione da parte di Bitzer, Ingegner Jorgensen. Visioni sui refrigeranti.
Next presentation, Bitzer of Jorgensen.
Thank you. My name is Heinz Jürgensen, and I'm from Bitzer. I'm stationed in Germany and responsible for application engineering. And I'm very grateful for your presentation of our color. I think it's a great color also to recognize that. Yes, as Bitzer, we have been guiding our customers for many years around refrigerants. Because you can take these 120 pages of text And then you will be asked, what does this mean for me as a refrigeration technician? And somebody has to boil that down. And today I will try to do that in 10 minutes, means I have to cut that in cardboard a bit. It's very bold statements I will do on this. My view or our view on refrigerants, because we see it the same way than, like Francesco saying, the F-gas regulation is now the fact, and the engineering approach is how can we do this? How can we try to fulfill that and get that into real life, because we want to be supporting the goals. So that means first point, very simplified on the new F-gas regulation. The light green steps are the steps of the F-gas regulation so far, the 517 of 2014. And I made it black on top because going down steps looks very easy, but the case is we have to crawl under the steps and you can bump your head. And we had the change now in the new regulation. You can see the red line is where we today. 2025 there will be new steps. Most important for me is here, this phase down scenario now became a phase out scenario for fluorinated hydrocarbons, means HFCs. And the other point is the steps formerly were down by around 30% each. We know from statistics that roughly 50% of the emissions are coming from repair and maintenance. So there were already like 20% left for new installations. Now going down by 50% steps means there's almost nothing left. There is nothing left for new installations. It's only for repair and maintenance, even if we do a lot of more recycling. So that's a very important and a massive change in the view, in the timing. So, and we try to simplify that approach by saying, if we assume that we use the same tonnage of refrigerant like in 2015, in 2015 we had an average global warming potential of the refrigerants used in refrigeration and air conditioning about 2,200. Our target was to reach like 460 in 2030. That means, on that view, 150 global warming was good. So now we have new steps down, going down from 21% in 2030, we end up with 5.2 only. So we see now the average GWP, which can be used if we use the same tonnage of refrigerants, cannot even be 150, including service and maintenance. So that means for new installations, we have to be far below 150. 150 is not good any longer. That would be the simplified approach. And for me, this phase-down scenario is the most important tool. All the other bans, exemptions, so that is something I believe politicians have invented to use our time in other things instead of concentrating on the main task, reaching the quota. So now, what do we do then as an engineer with these tasks? Because they are fact. There are also some bans. From the bans, I read three important things. One is it goes from HFC bans to fluorinated greenhouse gases ban. That also could include HFOs and fluorinated ethers. That's a wording issue, but it's also a technical content. The second thing, there is much more bans, and most of them target aircon, heat pumps, and things like that, which were not so much targeted by the bans of the previous regulation. And the third thing is there are some bans which go to moving completely out of fluorinated greenhouse gases in the early 30s. So this is also a different approach. But in basics, very basics, forget the exemptions, forget the bans, because the quota will be so narrow, that is the worst thing. We have heard from Steve also about the Montreal Protocol and from you, that there's something going around in the world also. And if we compare to that, now here's a lot of curves in. The dark blue ones is the industrialized countries, the members of the Montreal Protocol. The light blue ones are those Article 5 countries of the Montreal Protocol. And the red one, that's still the allowance for R22 and similar in the Article 5 countries. So they are just moving from R22 to something else, and in between we come with all the other things. The lilac line, that's now our new F-gas regulation, and it is far beyond other targets. So that will be interesting. Or as Andy Pearson said in ASHRAE, there is a large-scale, real-life laboratory experimenting with rules and regulations to reduce F-gas emissions that is called the EU. And other countries sit around, observe that, and see what works and what's not, and what works they might take over. That would be the good point. If it doesn't work, yeah. But that's the engineering approach also. How do we approach these targets? How can we reach them? If we fail, we can still in 2030 talk with the Commission. But if we don't try, we cannot talk with them. So we give it a try. At the same time, we have the PFAS. We heard about that also, which puts some uncertainty. Some politicians like to have the uncertainty because then suddenly think about you have a customer who wants to buy a new installation for his business. And he buys this one system and he asks you, what refrigerant can I get that I for sure get in sufficient amount for service in 15 years? What can you answer today? There is like 3 or 4 left. All others are in question, and some like to have them in question. So what we did was, for the first time as a company like Bitzer, not selling refrigerants, going out to our customers and saying, it is a problem. And if we talk about PFAS, fluorinated gases is a part of that. It's quite direct emissions, so there is a big risk that there will be something taken away. There are other things which we need to have in our products for emergency lubrication, for coatings, for gaskets, especially for natural refrigerants, for high temperature applications, all the new things where we want to save energy in industry. We need the fluorinated polymers for gaskets. Almost every shut-off valve in refrigeration industry has a Teflon gasket in. And we'd rather leave them in our business than the F-gases. We can, as a compressor manufacturer, we can also compress other gases. But our CO2 compressors won't work without the polymers. And I have not seen CO2 compressors on the market that would survive without these ones. So these ones are very, very essential. So what can we do to fulfill all these targets at once? We wrote a recommendation. We say to our customers, wherever possible, design new systems to operate with long-term available. Those you know will be available in 15 years in sufficient amounts for service. If you design this way, you're on the safe side. If you can't do that now because you might not have enough skilled technicians for it, or there's a local regulation, try to do with the global warming below 10, but then it could be a PFAS, there could be a regulation on it. If also this does not work, next step would be 150, but you can be sure from 2030 on, 150 is too high. You will have to do a change during the lifetime, according to the regulations we have today. So start now, approach the natural refrigerants, because if you look what's long-term available, what matches the needs of a circular economy, little waste, little energy consumption, no toxic waste, no toxic breakdown products, that is only the natural substances left. So we have to learn that, and we engineers, we can learn. We're used to learn, we're used to work the way, I have a task, what do I need to know, what skills do I need to fulfill that, whom can I ask, where can I get the training, how can I reach this target? If we don't reach the full target in 2030, but we have given it a good try, everybody will listen to us, I believe. But we have to give it the try. So that is If you want to get updated on that, you might have heard about our refrigerant report. That's updated. Unfortunately, our updating of the website doesn't work so we have a new address down there where you can find our documentation in the info twin. That's always up to date, and there's last year's time 4 or 5 updates on this one, so we keep you informed on that. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you. Qualche domanda?
One question.
Yep.
I learned yesterday, I have to be honest, that HFOs are not inside the quotas.
Yeah.
I consider you a very independent party because you are a compressor manufacturer using whatever kind of refrigerant, whatever, you just want the compressor to work. So, okay, there are some bans for which you cannot use F-gases and HFOs anymore. But so, there are some other applications in which you could use forever HFOs. What is your thinking about it? Do you think HFOs will be forever in this application?
Let's say the risk for the HFOs is, at least some of them, most of them, is in the PFAS discussion. There are some HFOs like 1132 which are not in there, but they are, on the other hand, not used so much, so very little experience. But we believe there will be users of the HFOs, and it's good refrigerants. We have good experience with our customers with them, but we can't for sure say now they will be there forever. No, there's no possibility to say that. That is unfortunate. We are in this situation, but we have some tools to approach the task. And let's say what I recognize that our politicians, they trust much more in our technical skills than we do ourselves. So they think we can do the job we have always done so far with all the other regulations before. And this is the good point. We have some credibility there. We have always done the task. And if we don't reach it this time, then there's a possibility to talk again. But if we don't give it a try, if we start with, no, that's impossible. I learned in the early 70s, the government in Japan, they introduced catalysts for cars because the air was so polluted in Tokyo. And the Japanese car industry said, no, that's completely impossible. And the Japanese car industry will die from that, which, did they? So they usually first get this answer. But if we give the answer, we will do that as good as we can, then, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Prossima presentazione da Riva Cold, lo presenta Giuseppe Vitri e i titoli sono sempre quelli.
Buongiorno a tutti, ringrazio ovviamente il Centro Studi Galileo per darci l'opportunità.
Hello to everybody, thank you for allowing me to participate. The title is again the same as before. In Riva Cold I am taking care of innovations, so I am exploring new technologies and refrigerants in order to have a better tomorrow and more sustainable product in our field. So obviously I'm starting from a slide we have seen already many times, and I want to underline that between the last regulation and the new one, the reductions of the quota, if we compare to the green line, green line is estimated use of what can be done in the future for the refrigerant quota, and we see that the exigence is higher that to the needs. So this is a stimulation for a change. So independently of the exemptions that are foreseen. In this table and in the next one I show you the most restrictions that are linked to the our field, and with the column with the possibilities, final possibilities in regarding low GWP refrigerants according to the kind of application we can use or not, one refrigerant or another. And the point 3 of the enclosed of the gas regulation, the commercial sector has already moved with solution with propane or hydrocarbons and with low GWP refrigerants, mostly regarding low GWP or 2L could be a solution. So we went into propane for optimum efficiency and low load. And regarding the restriction and the systems, self-contained and monoblock system, it's a new limit that will start from the next year for all the finished system. So in this case, the propane system is the best one, and then the low GWP with the double L for specific range. The CO2 solution as the first point, we think it is not affordable for the costs and the market. Regarding the condenser machines that are not under the previous machine, it's depending on the range of application. The solutions with propane could be the optimum ones for the small capacity, for a small load, for safety reasons. The CO2 is for a bigger power, but taking an eye on the costs, and the optimum solution with 2L is between the two previous solutions. But what there is already a threshold established, and so we have to cope with the restriction which is linked to refrigeration sector, and regarding the chiller and for this sector, we have to take care of the deadlines, and the answer will be hydrocarbon, mostly propane fuel, probably with 2L for limit the safety problems, and we have to investigate the CO2 solution because we have to maintain the efficiency limits. So we need more information. It's not sufficient to know the working conditions, but we must know all the applications and the range of application. In this table I show in horizontally the powers and the solutions with the different refrigerants and the applications. So if we simplify, we see that the hydrocarbons for the small powers, and we can even reach more than 100 kilowatt. The CO2 is extending the power to higher process. The 2L is on the average. So this would be easy, but not all application and all appliance independently of the power can be used. So I'll show you and I go on the low powers, so monoblocks and packaged unit, and so the monoblock propellers, and the propane with 2L, and if we go to higher power in the intermediate range in the refrigeration to A2L, and propane is left behind because of safety problems. Then we have the for bigger powers, so it can be propane and 2L, and we are investigating also the CO2. So as product, the solution with CO2 are R744, and this depending on the application, and the application is resumed here, the site requirements and for installation, and so internal or external installation. There is no one single solution for all over. So what we have also to take care into account in the aspect of the cost, which has been sustainable for the market. So we have to look at the cost of the machine, but also the energy consumption, and also the maintenance consumption. So according what we choose, the result is completely different. So the CO2 solution has two critical problems. Needs good dedicated training, because the system is complicated to use, and so we have to know not only the machine but also the installation to get to the optimum solution for the efficiency according to the site environment, according to the climate, which is the best CO2 solution. Of course, the solution will push higher price, but maybe it's convenient for the running costs. So CO2 is more efficient than an HFC system for temperature climate, for cold climate, but not for warm climate. Regarding the propane, the most important aspect is the safety. The safety aspect has to be coped with the study of solutions to guarantee all the safety requirements, and so usually we have to respect all the safety rules, and for the plant and the product the standards are different. The 60335 has been extended for some only for the products that have represented. The other ones have this normal norms, but the extension to 500 grams depends on the frigorific capacity and also on the load of refrigerant, and of course we must take care of not other norms. And for example, there is the PET directive, and then we have the A2L, and they have the same critical points regarding the safety, but it's not so difficult. If we take the example of a condensing installation, the installer is the manufacturer, and he has to analyze the risks and the explosion for the machine directive. Obviously it is possible, but it's not so easy. It's not only the machine, it's also the plant, and for the plant we must know where we will install the machine, and we have established limits of the load, and we must know the product and the plant and the site to establish if the capacity is higher than the load, then we can install the machine. So this is a calculation example. This is showing that according to the internal limit, we can see where it's the better place to install the machine, where to install it, establish the load, and understand if it's possible to install it. This is the first aspect of the safety. The second aspect is who manufactures the machine, and the second aspect is the flammability, and this is the responsibility of who is installing the machine. So as a conclusion, there is no more a single solution for all different needs, and it's not possible to use only one single refrigerant for all situations, and according to the condensating unit, and also we need have develop high performance products, and they must respond to the different needs and the application, and we have to take into account all the aspects, and I thank you for the attention.
Are there any questions? I'd like to ask a question. You have very clear the sentiment on the field of the technicians and manufacturers, and you sell also to small manufacturers. How many do the risk assessment? We can't really know officially, but I think a very small percentage. Also because the aspects of security into the machines that use inflammable gases is just at the start, and also our solution to push these solutions and also the warnings to the inflammability is very new. It's very difficult, and for example, new refrigerants as CO2, it's a steep road to follow, and has many other difficulties related to maintenance and cold, and it is so to conclude, the security is it's very difficult, and the customers has to apply and to more and more these standards of security. We have two presentations more. The next one is Danfoss. Gaia Banzerini is the presenter. Thanks for the invitation. My name is Gaia Balzarini, and I work on strategic project for Danfoss. I am very new in this field, and the reason is easy because I have been work on the heating relationship problem, and so little by little I got near to this field. I will briefly speak about the enterprise. Danfoss is a Danish enterprise. We have 10 countries in which we are sailing, and in 97 of these we are our producer. We have one of the leader and the first European enterprise that wants to become carbon neutral by the 2030. being part of this this Danish enterprise group, we always have been market leaders. I'd like you to talk what happens in the last month in terms of energy efficiency of habitations and houses. One of the energy consumption in the housing is the most important to take count of, and the source of heat or cold becomes the most important element of discussion. In this slide, I just present a brief summary of the direction present in Europe in all the different countries. In general, the boilers and the equipment that uses fossil gas as fuel. We will see also in the last slide the 100% of the heat pumps are in Germany. In Belgium, we have already rules and implementation that ban the utilization of heaters that are not heat pumps. There have been also this week what happened has been voted in the European Parliament the rule that in Italy has been defined normativa case green. We will not use green jacket to support this word. The name of this rule is Energy Efficiency Directive. The rule says the bonds in which the building has to stay on an energetic class level. With a net majority, there was some worry that the rule would not have been approved. On roughly 620 possible votes, 400 has voted for the approval of the rule, so the rule has passed. Initially, the goal was very, very high, and then the rule has been the bar has been lowered to compromise and to be passed more easily. The first aspect, and this is very ruling in favor of heat pumps, is that the ruling on the regulation on the efficiency of the building will be measured not only on the energy efficiency but also on the low emissions, and the regulation is really put on the emission of the buildings. The new buildings starting from 2028 will have to be zero emission, and 30 from the 2030 for the private ones. The European Commission has to plan to have a goal to start VIPA.
So we created a new term which is applied. It's the minimum managing energy standard, performance standard. According to what is established by this standard, they will have to reach a minimum of efficiency. So the ambition was to link this minimum efficiency to his energetic class. The approved test has been quite different, and it's quite confused, because if we look at the situation of the overall building situations. The group of the worst buildings will be improved according to precise deadlines, and this will create a difference. So for the residential and non-residential buildings, and so implements according to different countries. So the standard is dedicating an article 11 for the technical leading, where we are speaking about building automation, and it's introducing new parameters, and so the interactive capacity of the building to interact with the network. So these are the parameters that will make the difference between these recast respecting the preceding ones. So I want to underline the technical building system. This is the impact will be the energetic transition as to use the heat pumps as an energy. So it obliges a requirement when you intervene on a building, and big important when it's very often we do retrofits on existing buildings. So the capability to work on the renovations and the retrofits. So the technical building system with the retrofit will bring to an improvement according to the law. So you cannot replace a solution with a similar solution. We will be obliged to improve the solution. So this will be the source of the heating or artificial source of energy on top of the building. So the thermal regulation inside the rooms will be very important to sell. If we decrease 1 degree the temperature in an environment when there is a heat pump, this means improving the COP, which is maybe 2.5% better. So it's quite on big numbers. It's if we are able to adjust the temperature inside the buildings, brings a very big energy saving. So the last theme which is discussed in Article 11 is the energetic. So to have a ban on the sources of fossil fuels. This has been not inserted into the directive. The directive only says that from 2025 we cannot be able to support sources of standalone fossil fuel boilers, and excepting if they are hybrid or so if they are hydrogen ready. So the manufacturers of all the boilers, the traditional boilers, when they will be able to show that they are ready to use fuel like hydrogen, they will still have a place on the market. The text says anyway that through 2040 there need to be a transition to heat pumps. So this directive will take care of the building. So let's see what is the retrofit renovation of a building. What happens to the buildings if you install a heat pump. I took the example of residential building. You will replace wall boiler, and you will put a renewable source of energy, like for example photovoltaic on the roof. very often you need to increase the area of the radiators, and when all these measures are not enough, we must work on the walls, and you have to insulate more the walls. If all these inserted in the heat pump system, this is translated into an approach of the retrofit work. So we know that if a traditional building works with temperature of input of 75 degrees more or less, who has condensation boilers, and so the heat pumps must work at with lower temperatures, and this, in fact, the only way I have to give the same quantity of energy means I need to have a more capacity, a bigger capacity. So you will not be able to change installed just a heat pump instead of a boiler, because then the heat pump will work with a COP of 1.5 instead of 2.4. So this is not positive. So what is necessary and advisable is to diminish the temperature and increase the input and improve the adjustments, so that the supply temperature that has to go into the plant has as low as possible and is enough to cope with the required temperature. So step by step there was an evaluation to increase the heating surfaces and getting where it's possible. It will be necessary to change the radiators and use fan coils, or work on the walls insulations, so to decrease the requirements of the buildings. All this is considered in the PBB, and if when we ask to have a severe control system, we will do that, because we will install a different source of energy versus the one that was installed before, of course. And so do all these will have a positive effect on the energetic effect, but also that if I work with heat pumps with a higher efficiency, I will not stress the power grid, because when the heat pumps will replace the fossil fuels, there will be a big pressure on the power grid, and this can be diminished if the efficiency of the heat pumps is higher. So I conclude with, let's see in Europe in 2023 the sales of heat pumps in 2022 there was a difficulty to supply components. There was a contraction of the market, and now the trend is positive. But if we look at the share of the heat pumps versus the fossil fuels, we see very well that the North Europe explains how it is possible to implement this technology even for the heating field. Thank you. I have a question in this directive. You consider the district heating? Yes, but it's mostly into the efficiency directive. Here we just say a word about it. We ask to evaluate, to take into consideration the capability of the building to use lower temperature, and district temperature heating is efficiency directive takes care of this aspect. Hello. Question: what is the reference of emission per kilowatt? Because use a heat pump in Germany, in France is different regarding the emission and the adjustment. You explained it very well. Not to use a heat pump badly is going back to COP more or less as a resistance, so worsening. So yes, the control of the regulation is before year 2018, the COP of the small heat pumps. There are studies, and also for the district heating, and all these heat pumps work with COP 1 and 1.5, 1.7. When you install it, making your plan with COP4, and in Denmark they are replacing in the district heating, and the utility are in difficulty because with the business class, because the heat pumps are out of control with COP out of control, and the same problem we have it on the market in the replacement of the heaters. If the installer don't understand how a heat pump has to be installed, we will have very serious problems, because a hydronic heat pump we cannot install just for the facility of the installation and the comfort. So fundamental problem is who is coming to this new market. Is an old technician who was working on the boilers, so he's asking a very high temperature heat pump. So don't speculate on this field. I have seen in these in the fair marketing subjects that are saying this heat pump is very efficient for high temperature. It's not possible to say the COP at 75 degrees has 4 or 7 COP, and we know that the installer will install it wrongly or on a system that is absolutely out of control. Regarding the behavior of heat pump according to the geographic system, this PVB energy certificate must be linked to the area and to the zone, so this is taken into account. Bene. Okay, thank you.
All'ultima presentazione di Sergio Bozzato, New Equipment for HC Systems. EEvent.
Buongiorno a tutti, come sempre ringraziamento al Centro Studi Galileo per l'organizzazione di queste manifestazioni.
Hello everybody. I thank Centro Galileo for the organization of this in this change of standards and these constant changes. It is we appreciate as manufacturers and also installers of the I am Sir Mozzato. I am of Wigan Company. I present the company for which I am working for. I've been working for some many tens of years, and the seat is in Tuscany, and we are a company which is specialized who has been able to know us and our products, and who know us in events or in meetings, has seen that we are specialized in producing tools for the air conditioning, and our production, besides being specialized and specific for refrigeration and commercial industrial, it's transversal, because we are producing also appliances for the automotive sector. And so, as we have seen, it's different sector. Being present in the sector is allows us to be up to date in the enforcing of all these regulations, which are very fast and constant, and regarding the implementation and the production, it is very fast, and we be fast to give answers. So I don't want to deepen all the aspects that have already been said before, so like F-gas 2, I want to underline the aspect that is given subjectively and our priority to the installer, the fragorist technician, when implementing all these regulations. He is the person who will put into function, into performance, all the plans that we have seen, the preceding plans. Of course, this scope is to reduce as much as possible the emissions, and this is done by all the manufacturers and the manufacturers and producers of the gases. So the machine has to be put into the best conditions that are coping with the planned conditions through the technician, the installer. We are passing from A to L refrigerants to flammable refrigerants, and the use of specific set will be very fundamental. And I want to say some words regarding what has to be underlined regarding installation, because from the easiest welding to pressure test that in the last years has technically have been developed. Before it was pressurized with nitrogen, but now in the automotive there was be pressurized with a blend, also hydrogen, and 5% hydrogen. It's a technical reason, because the hydrogen has smaller molecules, and so it's easier to diagnose what is a leakage, smaller leakage. And so this element is quite 500 milliliters, and so the Japanese are coping with it. And to us, it was considered to be a utopia, but now reaching these limits is almost a routine, and it's advised by the manufacturers. So our challenge is to give the installer all the instruments that facilitate the transition, and to have all the appliances and the instruments to go to class 3 and have an energetic efficiency as much good as possible, and also all the safety aspects. What has been said in all these 2 days is the safety, mostly of the person, the technician, who will handle the appliance, but also the safety of the environment for the certification, because I installed the machine exactly as it had to be installed. So another aspect that I have installed in this affair is to reuse recycle the quantity of the refrigerant, so to be able to have instruments that have the integrated distillation that allow to recycle and recover all and improve the quality of the refrigerant. And another aspect that has been said before is this future. The future will be linked mostly with this specific aspect, and so we will work with hydrocarbons, and so maybe in this table I examined all the skills of these refrigerants. The preceding speeches have talked about these aspects. I want to underline the danger, the flammability, and so the pumps. So we have to insert the propane in a frigorigin plant where there is an input and a compression. It has been guaranteed also that there will be no leakage, and that the installer have to be aware of all the dangers and the problems. So the characteristic is low GWP environment and flammability, and this is linked to the installation. So if we talk about good ventilated work areas and systems of searching the leakages, and so till yesterday we didn't take these into consideration. Also the accuracy of the load. So we are talking before with maximum 150 grams. Obviously, when we go to diminish the load, so the precision of the accuracy of the plant is very important. So I underline also an aspect. I think that today the fundamental aspect when I will work and I will service an installation, the most important aspect is the dehumidification of the plant. So the vacuum operation is essential to remove all the residues of the technical gases that were used for the leak testing, and the atmospheric air and the humidity contained that has been to be removed. So the ATEX vacuum pumps allow you to work softly, and so it is very important if the plant is not dehumidified, and the efficiency will not work properly. And so I want to intervene right now. The heat pumps and the pumps on the market are not suitable for a good servicing for the propane, because according to a safety aspect, so principal procedures that are being used by the information training center is to underline to have specific instruments for the installation and the maintenance of the plants, and which can understand R290. So we must have these vacuum which are certified by marks like EX, and for big plants, and the guarantee and the efficiency of these plants are guaranteed by the manufacturers. So when you buy this kind of instrument, we guarantee that all the certification are so obviously we are talking of the loading system. So and we need accuracy. We are presenting recovering systems which are compatible with ATEX, and as supplement to the maintenance, we also asking to have a good ventilator that is certified and marked ATEX, because so the ventilator is absolutely necessary in case we have ATEX 2 for a service area, ATEX 2 area, so in order to ventilate properly the area. So as a conclusion, this is an evolution regarding the know-how and the technology that are coming from the automotive sector, and we have small plants that are including propane. They have a recover which is certificated ATEX with the characteristics that have all the suitable characteristics, and the work of the technician is a good quantity, and we can have a work as a safety. And we thank you for your attention. Thank you. Any question? When you talk about air humidity, what is the maximum quantity? The maximum quantity of humidity of the gas of ppm in order not having problems. The problem is not the quantity of humidity, but it's the maintenance of vacuum degree that to avoid any residue. Main Japanese manufacturers, Taiwanese, are giving us procedures and appliances, and they indicating that the vacuum must be under 500 milliliters, so ppm we are around 3 or 4 as an incidence. But the fact of the vacuum degree has to be kept in a variable time, so 30 minutes to 60 minutes. So this is why having heat pumps, vacuum pumps that can be very efficient, it's absolutely a guarantee to have a good dehumidification of the plant. So the session is getting to an end. I want to thank all the speakers. I think it was a quite interesting session. I learned many things, so I am happy that I participated to this session. And so before we leave, it's foreseen a ceremony signature, and so I pass the floor. Okay, thank you. 2 minutes of patience. I thank very much Professor Macchi, and I thank him for the moderation, the speakers, thank all the speakers. And now we will have a ceremony of signing the agreement between FRIAC and between Africa and Galileo Center. And so we will do. So I come to you. So give me a half of it. So I want to say that we are honored as Galileo Center to work with Africa. There have many years that we worked with Africa. I know him for 20 years, and I've been knowing him for 20 years. So thanks to him, we've been in Africa, and we've been in Romania and in Middle East, and the training is very important. The training helps an association to grow in sensibility and help to their associate, and it's helping the association to grow, and it gives us an opportunity of Centro Galileo to grow. And so I thank FreeArc to help us, to give us the opportunity to help them. Thank you, Mark. For us, as we have said many times before, Africa in the future is obviously the cold future, and in the future. So we cannot be in an evoluting. So the cold development is with the competence of the skill of the technicians. So it is important that we can do the training in a proper way. So next year it will be 50 years of experience, and for us Africans it's an opportunity to collect this experience of training, these 50 years training, and have Centro Galileo to expand this knowledge with other countries that has been done until today. And we are honored and we are pleased that UTRAC will sign this agreement. As you said, we have been cooperating for 20 years, and so this cooperation can be fruitful, and we need it every day more, because we are talking of big climate changes, new refrigerants, and very often we use flammable refrigerants, and in Africa we have many accidents linked to the fact that the people even don't know about it. They are not informed, so it's important that we inform, and we want the technician to know, to understand that there is a possibility to be trained. We did it 2 sessions last year. Next May we will have more than 20 people, and so as it has been said before, we know how it's difficult for African people to get into Europe. So we are aware of it, and so we want to be sure that this will be able to arrive in installed in Afra, a training center in Africa. And so we will organize ourselves to have a training center which is able to have technicians to cope with the innovations on the market. Thank you.